Oh boy, it looks like we're live already. Okay, folks, well, welcome to the Robot Rampage League, my friends. We are on to week 14. We only have 2 weeks of the regular season remaining. A lot of teams are looking to solidify their playoff spots now. That's going to be very interesting to see, especially with the absolute bloodbath that we have going on this week. But first of all, how's everybody doing on this very rainy, very British Sunday here in the United States? See our usual friends, Mighty Hydra, Liam, Logan. So, there's a lot going on this week, as I said. I'm sure as you looked at the schedule, there's a lot of very high-profile matchups, a lot of high-profile fights overall, and a lot of teams may or may not be getting their playoff spots solidified. We don't know. There's also a lot of teams that are probably at risk of getting knocked out of the playoffs. So, quick look at it. We have a Season 1 rematch coming up this week. We have the Orlando Commandos and the Kinetic Creatures going at it again. Namely in that, it's going to be Siege up against Barbecue. Those two were really entertaining last time. Could be really entertaining this time, I don't know. I also want to say Orlando absolutely crushed Kinetic last season, so could be more of the same, we don't know. The big watch, truthfully, is Transfusion, the still singular only undefeated robot remaining. It's taking on 917 this week, which is a rear hinge flipper that can get under its chassis pretty easily. I think Transfusion might be able to sneak out a win again to come from behind. I don't know. That's the thing with Transfusion is, like, no matter, even though it's undefeated and beats everything, it's able to come from behind wins all the time. I don't get it. Super fun to watch, though. Notably, though, even though we obviously have our feature fight that I'll bring up in a minute, we have a lot of singular fight matchups that I just need to address because they're going to be insane. Ace of Spades is taking on Dysfunctional Stepsister. Both robots have been unbelievably good this season. Ace is on like 11 consecutive knockouts. It's kind of alarming. Kepler is going to be taking on Breach in match number 2. That's going to be a really fun flipper match, I think. I'm looking forward to seeing that. Voidwalker and VSSV are going to be squaring off in the lightweights. Both of those two have been two of the best knockout machines in the lightweights. I think Voidwalker might have the most knockouts for lightweights, or tied for it, so that could be kind of fun. And then Random Acts of Violence and Omnipresence are going to go at it in the second half, which Omnipresence was one of the few that clapped RAV in testing pretty consistently, so considering RAV's been probably one of the best heavyweights so far, could be more of the same, I don't know. But of course, the features for this stream, our feature match, you're probably not surprised by it. Jubilife City Jigglypuffs up against the Pinwheel Pulsars, number 1 and number 2 in Division 1, and this is the one we've all been looking forward to see, is it possible to defeat the Jigglypuffs or not? We'll find out if it happens or not. Open the box. Ah, yes, so, as you all know, Mike has returned from RoboNerd, and got us a couple of things, we got a couple of things from that. So, Liam/Voya, who's the owner of Powerhouse Robotics, made some 3D printed RRL logos for us, so we have a bunch of these hanging out here. Thank you very much, Liam. I very much appreciate that. And also, there's a box. I was informed by Mike that this is apparently for me from somebody at RoboNerd, but he wouldn't tell me what it was, and he wouldn't let me open it until the stream. Let's find out, shall we? Don't know what manner of terrible thing this could be. Oh, there's wrapping. That's always a good sign. Aww. Cute. So I don't know who I need to beat up for this, but we have mini Chloe crustaceans. Hell yes. I don't know who made these, but I fucking love them. Thank you so much. These look adorable. I really like how you managed to get the fang texture on the front there. That looks really, really good. Hell yes. We have a crab. We have 2 crabs, technically. One of them's for Mike, but one of these is definitely mine. Ah, Team Permanganate. Yes, thank you, Me57. You are a lad and a half for making us these. Thank you so much. That will go on display either at in my room or maybe at my desk at work. We'll see. We need more 3D printed RRL machines. They look really nice. Right, so I was going to say we have a co-host over here in Cobb, a little snake, but I think we can put the cherry on top right there. Actually, that's a little bit more in shot. There we go. Yes. Ah, hello Maz, you are here. Psycho, who's your favorite robot? I don't know who Psycho's favorite robot is. My favorite robot is, I don't know, Ginsu, because it's not an RRL. It's a pretty good one. Yes, and thank you, Liam, for delivering Woodrow Kilson over to Jevin. Alright, and of course, the one thing I need to note, the feature fight for this stream, you all already know what it is. On your own against Stanley. Battle of the Winless Idiots. Oh boy, that could go very well. I'm predicting it's going to go to a decision because they can't hurt each other. We'll see. But let us get to last week's action, because I'm sure some of you are a little curious if you didn't see it yet. These are your decisions. Fucking One Father beat Death Penalty in one of the cringiest fights of the season. VSSV and Demagnetized Internet was another double TKO that we had to score. Everything else was pretty close, although Tycho and Quick Pick was a very close decision once more. So, and surprisingly, Metallic and Impact was not the most one-sided decision we had. Very, very close, though. There are your Division 1 and 2 standings with literally no changes because most teams have already solidified their playoff spots. Plegic Wanderers got a perfect score to maintain their Division 2 lead by quite a lot. Heavy Metal and Levantine, there's a chance there could be some change there, especially with the Syndicate only a little bit ahead, but doesn't look like we're going to get much going on here. The main thing is going to be if the Commandos can get a big point stay and jump over the Warbears, but I don't know if it's going to happen. And then hopping down to Divisions 3 and 4, there was no movement yet again in Division 3, which is surprising considering how competitive that division is. Sinister still somehow leads the division. I don't get it either. I feel like they've been a little bit mediocre this season. But Division 4 is where the fun is coming in because Pink Chaos has dropped all the way to the 3rd seed now. Mostly because the C4 Circus got a perfect score last week as well. The main reason this is notable is because everybody in that division is convinced like Pink Chaos is just sweeping because they beat the Mantines and the C4 Circus convincingly. Everyone's like Pink Chaos has got that division locked down. But now that they've dropped to the 3 seed and might have to face Team Sanctuary who kicked their asses, division might be wide open now. I don't know. This could be fun. Hey, Dainsleaf won a fight. Yes, of course Dainsleaf won a fight. Dainsleaf, I think, won 3 fights already. I think it's almost as good as airtime now. Good for that little dude. Alright, well, I believe that is all of our pre-stream notes. So, that out of the way, I think we can get into the Week 14 action, which is going to be an absolute bloodbath. But of course, I must shout out our Patreon stream sponsors. $10 tier on the Patreon, where you're literally sponsoring the streams, letting us keep the internet going, keep the lights on, and letting us actually do the league and keep doing this stream every week for you guys. We cannot thank you guys enough for it. The gold tier, the $15 tier, gets to see the IRL bullshit that we're building, which there will be some more news coming up on that shortly for you guys. You have no idea how much it helps us. There's also a lot of these patrons have teams in the league. We're actually going to be starting off with one of those in the first 2 matches. Alright, so we're going to be kicking off Week 14 with exactly who you think we're going to be kicking it off with. Team Syndicate, one of our patron teams, Mighty Hydra. And they're taking on 2nd place Robotics, which is from Code Silver. Tennessee up against Indiana. This will be a fun little matchup. Alright, folks. We start, as always, with Whammy in the lightweights. Sit and spinner with V-shaped spikes on either end can be pretty damaging, but also, because of how long those spikes can be, can kind of stalemate some wedges at times. Otherwise, it's been one of the best point scorers for the Syndicate this season. Taking on Unknown X from 2nd place Robotics. Big wedgy crusher with a pointy spike and I think a razor tip that comes in the middle. Pretty good wedge, but not the greatest at actually getting its weapon into play. Tends to lose its pick quite a lot, and I believe it has titanium armor, which is relatively weak in comparison to what we usually use, so this could be interesting. Tamabris. Quick question, BattleBots 2022, am I going or not? Maybe. I saw the filming dates when they're happening, and there's literally only one weekend that they're happening that I would be able to go, and it's right after I have a really busy week, so I don't know if it's really be worth it. And I also don't know if Mike is able to go or not, because he just went on a vacation, so we'll see. Thank you, Maz, for the Lewis Hamilton joke. That's funny. Pretty much everybody going for the sit and spinner, very shockingly. Well, let's see if the Syndicate can get some points. They need at least 7 points to catch up to the Wanderers in their division. Ooh, that was a big opening hit from Whammy on the side of NYC, and it's now just kind of wedged on the side. That Iron Spike is doing quite a bit of grinding damage to that right side, but those wheels are very well enclosed for NYC, so I don't think it's going to lose that. But we appear to have already opened up the stream with yet another microwave. See, this is what I mean by Whammy occasionally stalemating, is spin around very quickly. Alright, well, I guess I have to throw some questions out for chat. Something dumb I can think of. You know, actually, just since I guess we got it, since we do have a little mini Chloe crustacean here. What are some RRL robots you would like to see models of and such IRL? I know, but last season, back in high school, I was doing some models for robots that ended up being in the Rampage League when we started it, but I don't have those files anymore to print them. I think I had Siege, I think I had Dysfunctional Stepsister, I had Aggro, who was from the Patreon show. Don't have anything left, though. Breach, yeah, Breach would be really cool, Logan. Geohash, I would love a tiny little Geohash, that'd be adorable. Explicit Equation, of course, yeah. Falcon Punch, I would love to get a Falcon Punch and give it to Captain Mantine himself if we ever meet in person, that'd be really cool. Love to see Transfusion, yeah, Transfusion would be pretty neat. Ooh, Logan, you're planning on actually making someone to get access to a 3D printer. I like that idea, that's cool. Nightmare Fuel, I would like a little tiny little Nightmare Fuel KJ. Transfusion, Airtime, yeah, Airtime's alright. Drachnis would be nice. Ooh, Razor's considering making a Revenant one, that's pretty cool. I would like to see you make, like a Revenant that you use in, like, tournaments and such, Razor. You know, even though an Axebot's not very good at, you know, ant weights or beetle weight scale, a little Revenant would be pretty cool. Kevin, clearly. Okay, Cora. Very funny. Boolean. Season 1 airtime. Leslie and Gale would be pretty cool, actually, Mama. I would like to see that. Whoop. Whammy suddenly decided to hit the other side of NYC and then immediately went back to stalemating the right side of it. Grizzles. I'm assuming you mean some of the Grizzly Bears. Oh, there's control board hits on NYC. Turns out that grinding damage was coming into play for the Syndicate, but it's high-centered on NYC's wedge, and NYC is going to town with the Crusher. Hang on a second. Why does this fight suddenly turning around? This isn't supposed to happen. Man, Code Silver's pissed for that stalemate, huh? Caving in the top side of Whammy. Is it going to be able to get control board hits in the last couple of seconds here? It doesn't look like it is, and we go to the judges after 2 minutes of nonsense. NYC had a great strategy there of propping Whammy up off the ground and just going to town in the last 20 seconds there. Unfortunately, we're not going to know the winner of that match until later in the week because we do not have live judges, as they have lives and cannot sit around for 5-hour streams. But we'll see. Now we get to see some middleweight mayhem. Very hard to call. One bot took a lot of visual damage, the other took control board hits. Indeed. I think it's mostly going to come down to probably control on that one. Because even though NYC flipped it right at the end there, that was only 30 seconds worth of action. So we'll see what they think. Alright, kicking off the middleweights, we have exceptionally gifted for the Syndicate 4-wheel drive rammer with a battering ram of axe heads in the front. One of the most damaging middleweights by damage points. Not the highest, but very close to it. Very tactical for a rammer. Instead of really going in at full speed, it's just a little more tactical breaking weapons instead. Second place is Yeetus for its middleweight. 4 rear hinge spike strip flippers come out of the middle. One of the better, like, underrated middleweights for the most part. By far the highest point score on second place this season. Kind of the re-embodiment of Creighton. We'll see how it goes here. Letheon might make a 12-pound geohash and do Sportmans at Norwalk. I would love to see that, my friend. Panel, like a snowplow flipper would be awesome. Quite a bit going on here. Ah, Code Silver, you've arrived just in time to catch your match. Hey, of course you just woke up. That does not surprise me. A lot of people going for exceptional here. Helen thinks Yeetus could yeet exceptionally out of the arena. It's very possible. A lot of people seeing that Yeetus will have trouble getting under exceptionally gifted. Those axe heads are right up against the floor. Chassis wedges have had a lot of issues with them. Well, we'll see if the Syndicate can get any points here. There is currently no points in the match due to that decision, so let's find out what happens. Ooh, Yeetus was able to get exceptionally off the ground on the initial charge, but they have now reset. And Yeetus is pinning the rammer up against the wall. Although now they're kind of stalemating, and those axe heads are definitely grinding against that chassis wedge. Exceptionally trying to cave in that side of Yeetus. Another big ram, but Exceptionally is now inverted and on top of the yeeting wedge. Both kind of trading back and forth here, but this is where Exceptionally's battering ram comes into play. All this grinding damage adds up over time to that chassis wedge. Yeetus is trying to get it off-centered up against the wall to slide underneath it, but it's not quite able to do so. Trying to get wheel physics on its side. It's almost working. But the Indiana Flipper is having no luck. There's control board hits now. That damage is indeed piling up, and Exceptionally's got a 56-second knockout by doing basically nothing. That's what happens when you have 8 axe heads in contact with a chassis at once. Cancerously DPSing a chassis to death. And that's 3 points to the Syndicate, somewhat unsurprisingly. Where the control board is located, says Steve-O. No, it doesn't really matter where the control board is in the robot. Just once its chassis armor is fully depleted and the robot gets enough hits, then it just does damage to the control board. Never fails to amuse me seeing wedges struggle to get underneath axe head rammers. Axes, the way that they're made typically is they're right up against the floor, and because of how narrow they are at the bottom, you just can't slide underneath them very easily with a chassis wedge. So the only issue is because when you stack 8 of them like that up against a flat chassis, it does a ton of damage all at once because they're all in contact with it, so it is what it is. Anyway, heavyweights, the Syndicate have Relentless Heartburn for its heavyweight, dual vertical spinner with iron spikes on there, some burst wedges, and 4-wheel drive. Despite the lack of armor, it is one of the best heavyweights this season. Taking on Rumblebee for second place, dual front hinge flipper. Has some razor tips and I believe some blades on the front of it. Lots of front armor and wedging. It has some armor that goes around the wheels that are not shown in the photo. Can be pretty stalematey, but when something gets up there on this wedge, it can really fuck it up. The mob is not unfamiliar with cancerous tactics, says Mighty Hydra. That is the truest statement I have ever heard, my friend. Cora does not believe the flippers will last here. Yeah, most people going for the Syndicate here. A couple for Rumblebee, it's possible. Flippers are very feast or famine in the league here. If they get under something, they absolutely dominate. But if the robot gets under them instead, they're not in for a good time. Ah, Robert, you are here slightly earlier than normal. Good to see you. Well, let's see if second place can get back in the match at all. Already down 3 points. On the opening collision, it appeared that Relentless Heartburn was on top of Rumblebee, but those burst wedges are getting underneath the front hinge flipper. One of the front hinges is already off, although part of Relentless Heartburn's motors are smoking and now off. Whoop, minor physics thing. They reset fairly alright. We'll let that one go. Rumblebee has lost both of its front hinge flippers now, but Relentless Heartburn is down not only a disc, but its remaining disc is also smoking. Well, okay then. Relentless Heartburn just pinning Rumblebee against the wall. It's propped up on its flipper that came off, and it is high center because it is little ground clearance. Oh, it just barely got off. That was very nearly a TKO victory there. Yeah, those wheel guards on Rumblebee appear to stick out the back of it, so it's not able to get traction when it's propped up in the air like this. And the four-wheel drive vert is using its drive power, and now it's gotten underneath Rumblebee entirely, and is just shoving it back, using that disc to grind away at its underside. Both of the spike strip forks are off of Rumblebee now. It is helplessly getting propped up in the air. But there appears to be a count going on right now. And it appears as though Rumblebee has gotten high-centered on top of Relentless Heartburn. Very funny, my friend. That is going to be a pin, my friends. So that means we are going to restart. As always, we cap restarts at 5, and if they go over that amount, we will take it off stream. Ooh, another big opening impact, but this time Relentless Heartburn has slid all the way underneath Rumblebee and inverted it. The bee that rumbles is trying to self-right, but Relentless Heartburn's got it propped up on the wall and trying to get over the ring for an UDA. I don't believe Relentless Heartburn has any on the season, but it's looking to pad to its stats here. Ooh, but the flipper got down. Although those front hinges have the reach to get into those motors on Relentless Heartburn. Caught at least the left side one, which is now billowing smoke. Oh, and the right side. Both of them are coming off. Now one of them is off. Both of the verts are off, just like that. And physics has thrown a fit about that and has decided we must restart. Well, okay then. That's going to be take number 2, my friends. Opening collision favors Relentless Heartburn once more. It is all the way underneath Rumblebee and is just content with just letting its verts do damage to that front of the underside. Shoving the front hinge over to the wall and now over to a grinder. The front hinge has gotten back upright and is swinging away at those weapon motors. Ooh, now both of the spinning motors have come off of Relentless Heartburn. Although Rumblebee has lost one of its front hinges, but it's now all the way underneath Relentless Heartburn and is pinning it to the wall, just wailing away on it. This is where the lack of armor on Relentless Heartburn is going to come into play here. The mob is going to have to play the ground game to have a chance at this fight, but Rumblebee is having none of its shit. Although, with the one remaining burst wedge, Relentless Heartburn did win the ground game that time, but Rumblebee is trying to be relentless in its own right. Ooh, this time Rumblebee's, well, briefly underneath the vertical spinner that no longer has verts. This is going to be very back and forth pushing match here. Ah, Relentless Heartburn using the remainder of that setup for the vert to kind of trap Rumblebee and shove it that way. That's pretty clever. Very interesting tactics from the mob. They're typically known for beating the hell out of their opponents and doing a ton of damage, but they can be pretty good at times. Rumblebee got a couple more shots in there just to be safe. But is still losing the drive battle here. Trying to corral the four-wheel drive robot over to a grinder. Wheel physics got very unhappy, and Relentless Heartburn lost a wheel as a result. And now they're kind of locked. Those wheel guards fit perfectly in that chassis of Relentless Heartburn. Okay. Under a minute left for these two to end it. The mob is doing their best to stay in this fight after losing their weapons super early. Looks like Rumblebee's starting to make its way out of that fork-shaped chassis of Relentless Heartburn. But otherwise, this is a bit of a microwave. Does look like part of Relentless Heartburn is now smoking. Might be one of those drive motors starting to give up here at the end of the match. Oh, they're kind of breaking it. They have broke it very quickly. Ooh, those wheel guards actually did a ton of damage to that inside of Relentless Heartburn. But regardless, this is going to take us to another judge's decision. And that one, who fucking knows who won that one? That was very, very close. The front hinge flipper definitely did more damage. And potentially more meaningful damage, getting the weapons all the way off. But Relentless Heartburn did a great job of controlling the ground game at the end of that fight. Even with the decision there, this match is still wide open because that's now 2 decisions open in the match and 3 points for the Syndicate. So second place could tie with, or at least make it a tied match with a knockout in the Super Heavies. I don't know the likelihood of that happening, but we'll see. In terms of division standings, the mob might need to settle for second place. Yes, Cora, the mob would shoot you for that joke. That's how that works. Alright, what kind of bullshit are we going to get here? So, the Syndicate have one father for their super heavyweight. Dual rotator-esque horizontal spinner, one undercutter in the front and an overhead in the back. Pretty defensive with the ram plates going all around, but those slim wheels are pretty easy to get off if you slide underneath those ram plates. Taking on Supernova for second place. Also a big undercutting spinner with lots of armor features around it. Same issue with the slim wheels that you can get if you slide underneath those ram plates. This is going to be a very defensive, tactical match, I believe. We could see a lot of decisions here, I don't know. I believe we had a match earlier this season that had 3 judges' decisions. We could potentially see another one here. Code Silver, the owner of second place, has no faith in Supernova, unsurprisingly. Supernova's been relatively poor this season. And pretty much everybody's going for one father. Nobody wins, says Logan. You know, hey, maybe this will be a kick-ass match. Who knows? Let's see if we get a conclusive result to end this match or not. Both undercutters meet right by the logo, and Supernova appears to be the more aggressive of the two, coaxing one father over to a grinder, it appears. And it's actually kind of using its defensive features to stall the undercutter and go to town with its own undercutter. Okay. Not a whole lot of damage being done, but they're still going to town on each other. It appears that front ram plate on Supernova's come off. That one father undercutter is doing a lot, but is now swapped to the overhead and is trying to go to town on the rest of Supernova's ram plate armor. Okay. Those ram plates definitely seem to be hindering Supernova's disc from doing a whole lot of damage, although one of them has now come off. Dysphoria can't imagine having any faith in undercutters. As a fan of Rotator, you can politely shut the fuck up. Although that's probably the only one you would have any faith in, to be fair. Part of that overhead is now coming off of one father, but it swaps around to the undercutter and is taking Supernova's armor apart right now. It's gotten through all of the ram plates and is going to town on the front of the chassis. Although most of that undercutter is actually starting to come off on one father, and most of the overhead is as well. Okay. We're suddenly halfway through this fight. Supernova's now lost both of its horn spikes in the front, but it's gotten all the way through the armor on one father now. It can get into those weapon motors, especially the one that is now smoking and off. Brief physics glitch, and should we restart that chat? Because Supernova is now inverted and it's now an overhead. Should we restart that or not? Because they didn't really gain any ground on each other in that, but I do believe since Supernova is upside down, that should be a restart. Yep, that's what I thought, friends. Mighty unfortunate that I just had to waste commentary on that, but it's okay. Take 2 on this very tactical battle. They unsurprisingly meet in the middle. I saw a couple people talking about undercutters. Yeah, I figured you were talking about RE2 ones. I saw Hot Leaf Juice is pretty decent from NHRL. Valkyrie can be pretty good. I feel like they're a bit more of a glass cannon, though. And I did like PP3D. Because when it gets up to speed, it can be fun, but, you know. When it solders its weapon motor to its chassis. Front ramp plate off of Supernova already. KJ knowing that was actually a decent fight for the two. Yeah, I actually thought that was going pretty decently. Even for a bit of a slow tactical duel, it's not been too bad, but physics said no. Turns out the mob was paying off the devs to make this game as incomplete as possible so they can restart fights they're losing and get some more ground and restarts. Who knew? It's probably the most money the devs were even paid, honestly. Oh, hello, Chloe. Good to see you join the stream. Yes, pop in anytime. The VODs will be up once the stream is completed and everything, so... You guys need a dip for any reason, go for it. Ooh, Supernova has lost its undercutter. Not sure if it broke off on the defensive features or that overhead on One Father, but... One Father's definitely doing work here. Supernova tripping over all the debris, trying to get into that overhead on One Father. It's lost its left side ramp plate, which is going to open it up to attack from the overhead. But that overhead only has a couple of spikes remaining. This should be a slugfest as it wasn't so slow, says Zester. Absolutely. You don't have to be fast for it to be a slugfest, to be honest. Even if it's very slow and tactical, it can still be absolutely brutal with how they're hitting each other and getting stuff off. One Father has lost most of its components on both spinners, but Supernova is down all of its ramp plates and its undercutter. "35 seconds remain for these two. One Father is still able to get into the chassis of Supernova with how large it is, but I'm not sure how close it's actually getting to getting control board hits. Might be able to rip that Z-Tech fight out of that Z-Tech motor out of there. Also could be that ramp plate on the top is protecting it. Tons of debris. Ooh, there's control board hits now on Supernova. Is One Father going to be able to finish it off in the remaining time? It's only got 5 seconds. It got... Oh my god, it got it! With 3 seconds remaining, One Father was able to seal the fight. The slow, tactical destruction of Supernova paid off in the end. Well then. So with that victory, the Syndicate have at least 6 points in this match, and there are 2 impending decisions, so they have definitely won the match. We'll see which teams end up getting those decisions in the end. Was it actually an okay fight? Yeah, it actually was. Like, even for being a little bit slow and for more defensive robots, that's still pretty solid overall. Fight of the week candidate, asks Helen. It was a little bit slow, but you know, just in the event that we don't get a whole lot going on here, I'll throw it in there. Why not? Actually, I'll throw it in the highlights, just for the sheer amount of debris the two of them had. Absolute debris ball. That would have shown up on Doppler radars. But it's now time to go to our second match. It will be the Halifax Supernovas, not Stupor, Supernovas, taking on the Pelagic Wanderers, yet another patron team, this coming from Zester herself. Supernova being in a fight of the week candidate is not something I'd ever thought of here, says Code Silver. You know, it happens, my friend. We said the same thing about Smashy McSmashface last season, and look what happened. Alright, my friends, so Halifax will be entering the lightweights with Tycho. Singular front hinge flipper with a spike strip in the middle, burst wedge, but lots of exposed chassis and wheels on either side. Been quietly good for Halifax, but it's lost a couple in a row lately. Pelagic has Carcinized for its lightweight. Dual side axe. One side is a Bushido sword, the other side is a spike strip. Little bit of protection in the front with those pickaxes, but very narrow wheels. Storm Chaser and Bacon Burger comes out. Absolutely. I've actually gone storm chasing before with Mike a couple of times. Did not see a tornado, but we got very close to seeing a couple. I remember there was a storm we saw, like 30 minutes after the storm had already passed, we saw like a chocolate egg-sized piece of hail 30 minutes after the storm was over. That was pretty crazy. Tycho kind of has a steep wedge, so the crab should have plenty of chances, says Zester. You are not wrong, but because it is a burst wedge, it should have a little bit more chance going into there. I do believe Y2K was built very similarly to Tycho. I believe beat Carcinized by decision, so it's possible that we could get more of the same here, but Tycho definitely does more damage than Y2K. Yes, Code Silver. I was gonna say go check out your lightweight fight, but it was a microwave, so don't. Everybody going for the crab here. I can hear Chloe cheering in excitement to my left and my right. Let's see which of these two comes out on top. Pelagic still fighting to keep that #1 seed here. Ooh, Tycho slid right underneath Carcinized and got a big hit on it already. Already inverted and has it up against the wall. Carcinized has a lot of trouble getting away from walls with how far out those swords stick. Tycho graciously breaks the pin, and they go back meet up. Carcinized isn't quite able to get into Tycho. Tycho was able to remove that T-connector on the spikes. Already gotten a wheel off Carcinized with the grinder. Physics threw a bit of a fit there. I'm going to say that's going to necessitate a restart because that gave Carcinized a chance to move and also propped it up on the grinder here. That is a very unfortunate restart. Back up in the middle, another big hit from Tycho, and Physics threw a fit about spikes being intertwined. That's another restart. We might be here for a little while, folks. Because this game does not like spike strips fitting in between components, and those ice picks are just narrow enough for Tycho to get in there. So, this might be bad. This might be it, folks. This might be how we take a fight off stream. Another big opening hit from Tycho, trying to keep Carcinized up in the air to keep it from getting to those side chassis parts. Already inverted the crab. And it's now trying to slide under its rear, but I believe that sword on Carcinized is actually wedged between the chassis and that right side wheel of Tycho. There's a decent chance that that's going to come off in a second. Otherwise, another very tactical fight, my friends. Well, we appear to be in yet another microwave, my friends. Well, since we just brought up storms or whatever, I'll ask a storm-based question. What is the worst storm you have ever been in? At any point, whether it's a thunderstorm or like a snowstorm or something. What you guys got? My house, back in 2008, my house was actually hit by a weak EF0 tornado. There was a big derecho coming through, which is this massive squall line of stuff coming through. And right as it got to my area, it dropped a tornado very briefly, and it went right over my house. Kind of the reason I got into studying the weather to a degree. Just keeping an eye out and stuff, just because I was fucking terrified being 9 years old at the time. Ooh, Logan, you went through Hurricane Sandy. I'm so fucking sorry, dude. And Nitro. That's awful. Hurricane Florence. Yeah, I'm glad we don't get hurricanes out in our area. Williams had a couple of minor earthquakes. We got a couple of minor earthquakes out here as well. Razor had a hailstorm back in 2010. That's bad. Oh, Zester, you were born during a blizzard. That's kind of neat. Typhoon Ondoy for Maz. I don't know if I pronounced it right. Oh shit, Robert, you were almost hit by lightning in a barn. Fuck, that's terrifying. And it set fire to it? I'm so sorry, my dude. I'm glad you got out of there. Snowstorm in the mid-2000s, yeah. We've had a couple of blizzards out in this area. We had a bad one in 2011. Probably the only proper blizzard I've been through, I think. That actually had a couple tornadoes go through here a couple weeks ago. Literally like a couple miles that way. My friends were able to see one of the tornadoes from their house. Luckily they were all minor, so obviously not a big deal, but... I think we only had a couple... We had a big tornado last year. I think it was an EF3. But it was luckily a couple miles away from us. Trying to touchdown while you were on a bus ride home. That's fucking terrifying, my dude. I am sorry, Jacob. That's terrifying to be on a bus during that. Alright, well, this is going to be a very stalematey, microwavy decision once more. A very polite fuck you to Tycho for doing that. I'm disappointed in you for that. Although that does bode well for Halifax's chances in this match, because Carson Ice does do a lot of damage. Only bit of a lightning storm. Kind of lightning storms in the U.S. rather unusual. Yeah, a lot of the storms we get in the U.S. are very rare to see elsewhere. That's why I was saying any storm, because like we get big supercell storms really every other week, pretty much. At least in my area. So we see, like, I drove through probably the heaviest rain of my life today. That was always very fun. Also, by the way, second match game crash has arrived here. Thank you, patrons, for sponsoring our crash page, my friends. Especially to Zester. Very, very convenient that a patron team was up when the game crashed. I see you hacking the coding in this game, Zester. Had a big snowstorm back in February. Yeah, I've seen that. Remnants of a typhoon. Oh, yeah. Yeah, a lot of the hurricanes or tropical storms that go through, like, Texas, Louisiana, always make their way up to us eventually. So, like, even though it's got nowhere near the same power as a hurricane, because it's still technically rotating, it actually has a good chance of dropping, like, minor tornadoes on the way by. So even though there might not even be any thunder or lightning in a storm, it could still drop a tornado. Very weird shit. Pay our protection money. This won't happen, Doctor, says Mighty. You know, next week. Just psychic power, says Zester. That does not surprise me, my friend. Psychic sharks, not something I thought I'd hear. Weekend doesn't get tornadoes in your area. Yeah, tornadoes in the U.S. are, like, really confined to certain areas. Like, if you live, like, really on, like, the far ends of the country, you might not even see any in your life. Alright, folks. Middleweight time. Halifax's Kepler for its middleweight. 4 side hinge flippers that flip upwards like this. It's known colloquially as a pop-up. Has very exposed chassis and only has a chassis wedge, so not quite the best ground game for a flipper. Taking on Breach for Pelagic Wanderers. Triple rear hinge flipper. 2 of them are pure flipping panels. They do not have any damaging components, but one of them is a spike strip in the middle. One of the best looking and best fighting robots of the season, no doubt. I would love to see a model of this thing. I would actually love to see an Antweight version and, like, compete with it, because it's absolutely beautiful. I said recurring nightmare where tornadoes hit the town you live in, says Mr. Circuit. I've had some really weird tornado dreams, too. Like, I think I had one where I was storm chasing with Mike and Aaron, and, like, literally every street we turned, there was a tornado where we were looking. It was fucking weird. Not going for Breach. Yes, Breach definitely has the ground game advantage over this one, I would say. Been to Florida a couple times. Flat enough that tornadoes can form pretty easily. A lot of the tornadoes that form in Florida is because of tropical storms and such as well. And, like, water spouts, like, are kind of their own kind of tornado thing. Like, they just happen when there's not even a storm, really. It's weird. Zester is nowhere near enough money to make a real Breach. You know, I would not mind helping you fund that. A real Breach would be excellent. Maybe that's what maybe when I start getting to really building my own shit, maybe I'll do a Breach. Just name it after some heavy metal song, I don't know. Alright, middleweights, what you got? Breach more than wins the ground game. Flip and a half for Kepler, pinning the side hinge over against the wall. Although, Breach has misfired and ended up on top of Kepler, who is going to town with that pop-up style weapon. Sliding underneath the corners of Breach and going to town. Broken one of the pure flipping panels off already. Breach is getting breached up against the wall. Sorry, beached, I should say. Trying to get down, but Kepler is relentless with its weaponry. Control board hits now on the beautiful flipper, who has gotten knocked out in 34 seconds. All it took was one mistake, and that's what Kepler capitalized on. Also, thank you, Breach, for having a triple-digit number with a singular digit in it. I like that. And that is 3 points to the Supernovas of all teams. Supernovas not known for getting a whole lot of, scoring a whole lot of points, I should say, but they can get some knockouts here and there. Did Breach just get juggled? Basically, yes. Although, well, technically not a juggler, more of a pop-up, I would say, but I forgot Kepler could also yeet. Yeah, Kepler, it can't quite yeet stuff over the wall as easily, but it can on occasion. Razor does have a good point, Zester. You could commission Team Panoramic to build a Breach. Actually, I want to say, if I can reach it from over here. Come here, you little fuck. I don't know if it was Team Panoramic or not, but Mike commissioned a tiny little Toro named Olay from them a couple years ago, I believe, so I could kind of see Breach being a very similar build to this. I don't know. Go back up, buddy. Alright, folks. Heavyweight time. Halifax has Progenitor. They have their own rear hinge flipper, but this one has 4 flipping arms. All of them pure, no damaging components. Some wraparound armor, but otherwise lots of exposed chassis. Taking on Twin Gyre for the Pelagic Wanderers. Dual-angled spinners, classified as both horizontal and vertical. Spike strips and iron spikes on all of them kind of intertwined like this. It is one of the highest scoring heavyweights by a mile. KOs just about everything in sight. It's insane. Oh yes, thank you, Razor, for confirming he did build Olay. People going for Twin Gyre already. The only issue is Twin Gyre has not really shown any ability to drive inverted this season. And Progenitor can get some big tosses on robots even when they have weapons like this, so if Progenitor leaves it alone, it could be a TKO. And if not, well, there's not going to be much Progenitor left. Most people still going for the Twin Gyre. If they don't end up facing in the postseason, Nitro suggests Twin Gyre and Transfusion fight. You know, why not? We can. I've been kind of putting together some whiteboard fights if we have time at the last stream, but we'll see. So which of these two will win in the end? Progenitor gets a massive toss on Twin Gyre and has immediately inverted it. Twin Gyre's not able to drive upside down, doesn't look like, and Progenitor is just sitting there. There is a TKO count, so does not look like Twin Gyre is able to drive inverted, so because of such, even though Progenitor is here, I believe this will be a clean TKO victory in 24 seconds. Zero damage win. Yeah, that happens occasionally. Not very often. Well, that is 5 points to the Supernovas, which means they've beaten the #1 team in Division 2. Because the best they could do here is 4 with a knockout here, so that is very unfortunate. But it be like that sometimes. Now we get our first multi-bot appearance. Alright, folks, so Super Heavyweight time. Supernovas have Event Horizon for their Super Heavyweight. It is a piston flipper. For those of you who do not know how pistons work, they lack some of the laws of physics. They have some power shooting outwards so you can make flippers, but they have all the power retracting. Event Horizon has 4 ring outs on the seat. It's been pretty impressive taking on the larger robots we have here, but otherwise, really no damaging components. It's taken on Sharp Snout and Blunt Nose for the Wanderers. Both of them are overhead axes. Sharp Snout has more of a spiked club, and Blunt Nose has a War Pick style axe coming over the top. They go on what we call a feeding frenzy, where these two just absolutely wail on opponents that they can get to either side of and do not let up. This could be interesting. As usual with multi-bots, it usually depends on who the larger robot takes on first. Sharp Snout has been a very impressive wedge with its sharp snout. And Blunt Nose has a propensity to fall over. We'll see. I think the main key for the sharks here are getting those giant slim wheels off of Event Horizon. Yeah, most people appear to be going for the sharks. Wolfie's going for Event Horizon just to enjoy being wrong. Well, we'll see what happens. Pelagic needs some more points here. Tennessee did get a big week, and I think they're still ahead of them, but can never have too little points. Event Horizon opens up against Sharp Snout and has inverted up against the wall. Blunt Nose is going to town on those rear drive motors, but has now fallen over. Ooh, but Sharp Snout was able to get one of the large slim wheels off of Event Horizon. The piston flipper was able to briefly get Blunt Nose back, but Sharp Snout is absolutely caving in that right side of the chassis. Bit of friendly fire from the Sharks there. Blunt Nose gave Sharp Snout a couple boops on the head. Event Horizon trying to corral these Sharks. There was a brief count, but Event Horizon broke it. Ooh, but it looks like Blunt Nose got one of the rear wheels off of Event Horizon now. It only has wheels on the left side. Sharks are taking advantage of caving in that right side of the piston flipper here. Event Horizon drove its wheels over by the grinder, and the Sharks are trying to shove it in there to get those to come off. Although, Blunt Nose and Sharp Snout were both knocked over. But Sharp Snout has gotten up and is going to town on the rear of the piston flipper. This is the feeding frenzy we were talking about. These two just know how to go to town. Event Horizon's doing its best to keep the multibots in front of them. Sharp Snout lost its bludgeoning club, though. It's just Blunt Nose with the damaging axe remaining. But there's now control board hits from Blunt Nose on Event Horizon. Although Blunt Nose briefly fell over. And Event Horizon is trying to make sure it goes back over again. Pistons aren't quite good enough to take on the smaller robots here. Sharp Snout trying to get in some ramming damage, but Blunt Nose comes in with the axe and gets the knockout. 113 remaining is... math, Steve. You know how to do it. 107 seconds total. Well then. Took a little bit of time, but the feeding frenzy got there. I do appreciate the Sharks having near identical damage numbers as well. It's actually a ton of damage for Event Horizon too. That piston flipper does not do a whole lot of damage. Alright, so with that knockout there, Pelagic has at least 3 points, Halifax has at least 5 with an impending decision, so Halifax still does win the match. But Wanderers definitely got some points in the end. Alright. And it is now time to kick off match number 3. It's going to be a rematch, my friends. It's going to be the Orlando Commandos and the Kinetic Creatures. Liam has confirmed that the Supernovas are guaranteed now to make the playoffs. Very neat. I know I'm super biased about this, but I like my favorite team this season has by far been the Supernovas, because they're a team of all flippers and they have the least damage points in the entire league, but they're still winning fights and being competitive. It's really cool. Like, I'm glad I was able to make a somewhat unique team. Alright, kicking off the lightweights, we have more airtime for the Commandos. It is also a piston flipper with a singular flipping panel there. Very large exposed chassis and wheels on either side, though. And also, kind of sometimes can self-ride, I don't know. Taking on Network for the Kinetic creatures. It is a saw blade spinner with saw blades that spin inwards like this. We classify them differently from horizontals because most horizontals do big hits in one go, whereas saw blades do slow grinding damage over time. Network is invertible, so that shouldn't be an issue here, but see what happens. From all flippers to all spitters, says Razor. Yes, I like the idea of having an all flipper team following up the all spinners team. I just didn't intend for both of them to be in this season, so... I don't remember how their match went up against Halifax. I'd have to go double check that. I'm pretty sure Kinetic... Actually, I think it was the start of the season. I'm pretty sure Kinetic won, now I think about it. Hey, Hex, you've made it to the stream. What's been going on, my friend? We're about to kick off match number 3. Liam pointing out both teams are in 3rd place trying to survive. Yeah, I believe, let me double check the standings very quickly. Orlando's 8 points down on 4th place in Division 1, and Kinetic is 11 points down in Division 2, so... Kinetic is going to have to go on an absolute tear here. Which, everyone seems to think they got a chance here for Network, but we'll see what happens. Opening impact was bizarre, but more airtime has fallen over. Was able to self-right, but Network is going to town on the wheels and the side with those saw blades. More airtime's trying to fire the piston, but it's caught underneath. It's caught between the assembly and the saws. This is the weirdest physics I have ever seen out of this game. None of these are glitches, by the way. This is happening completely naturally. This is all how pistons work. That was awesome. Okay. Network has gotten inverted and can hit a little bit higher, but it has once again slid underneath more airtime. You can see the grinding damage starting to show up on the piston flipper. Network is surprisingly good at using its saw blades as a wedge, even when they're kind of off the ground like this. Breaks the pin very kindly. Meet back up again. Control board hits on more airtime. That grinding damage paying off for Network. You wouldn't think saw blades are able to do so, but, you know, sometimes they can. That front of more airtime not looking great. It's trying to flip Network over, but not a whole lot of air power. The piston has now come off, and it's jammed Network saws. Okay. This is different. I did not expect there to be an entangling device. Oh, what a bizarre matchup this has been so far. Trying to break a pin again. That piston's just caught in between those saws and Network cannot get free of it. But it got control board hits just by ramming the saw blades into more airtime. Okay. Network is trying to coax more airtime over to a grinder. Maybe use the grinder to get the last knockout it needs. Got that left side wheel in there, but no chassis. Very interesting that more airtime was able to use its entire piston motor to jam up the weaponry like this. I agree, Dysphoria. It does look like Network is just vacuuming up all the debris. That's the problem with robots that kind of have a weapon where stuff comes into like a dustpan almost. Is like when debris gets in there, it gets caught really easily. There was a TKO count going, and it looks like Network was able to break it. It's trying to get that final control board hit on more airtime, but it has so little battery power remaining, those saw blades are barely moving. Unfortunately, even with one control board remaining, it will end up going to the judges. Well then, that was very interesting. And because that was a rather hilarious matchup, that's going on the Fight of the Week list. I don't know if it'll go on the actual poll or not, because we might get some better fights, but that was pretty fucking funny. Well then. Unfortunately for both teams, there's only going to be 1 point in that match. That's unlucky. But it's now time for kind of a middleweight rematch. This could be interesting. 3 lightweight decisions in a row. Yeah, it's not looking so great. Most of the issue with the lightweights is they don't have a lot of drive power, because you have to use the slower power motor, so... I agree, Core, that does require a drink, because what the fuck? Those physics were fucking hilarious. In the event this doesn't win, that's definitely going on the highlights. Alright, middleweights. The Commandos have barbecue for their middleweight. Sit and spinner with lots of ram plates and iron spikes on it. Been actually pretty good this season. Most of the points for Orlando have come out of this robot, but it has a propensity to get TKOs rather than knockouts all the time. It's taken on Siege for the Kinetic creatures. A quad bar vertical spinner with spike clubs on the end. Has some ram plates for protection, but still some exposed wheels and chassis in the back. This could be an interesting one. I believe in the Season 1, when it was just Q, Q absolutely destroyed Siege. So, could be a bit unlucky here. We'll see if the rebuild is any better than the unchanged Siege. I tried fitting Siege with a burst wedge to give it a bit of a ground game, but there is 0 space in there for a motor, unfortunately. And I really don't want to change the chassis on Siege because it's really unique. Chat seems relatively split between these two, I see. A couple going for Siege at least. Mr. Circuit thinks barbecue has a good chance here. Yeah, it does indeed. I do not recommend barbecuing in this very British weather this morning. Let's see if we can get some actual points on the board once again for a match. Opening collision, and Siege has gotten barbecue kind of off balance, but it wasn't able to capitalize on it quite as easily. Kind of just dueling weapons here. Siege is trying to maybe stop barbecue against the wall, get it stop and go to wheel, but the sit and spinner is unfazed. Barbecue's been very good at showing that you don't need flails on a sit and spinner to do a ton of damage. And just fine with the anchored spikes. It's already gotten a ram plate off of Siege. Ooh, and it's starting to take off some of the weapon, and it caught the right side wheel of the vertical spinner as well. Siege coming apart, not able to get through that weaponry on Barbecue. And it has now caught the other wheel on Siege. That is mighty unfortunate, my friend. Looks like it's going to be yet another TKO victory for the sit and spinner. Well then. 63 seconds for the Commandos. Now, they have at least 2 points to give them a chance. They're going to need quite a bit more coming up, but... oh, well. Now we get to go to the heavyweights, where we get some more multi-bot chaos. What do you mean British weather? It's been boiling here today. You know, as somebody who's in the continental US and is used to that kind of weather, but I also know, like, air conditioning doesn't really exist in the UK, so I feel you guys, but yes, wheels for the wheels, goddess Helen. Alright, heavyweight time. Commandos have Hot Mess for their heavyweight. It is a dual full-body drum spinner of sorts. 2 drills spin around the chassis up there, and it has the wheels and burst wedges sliding out from underneath it. Very awkward but entertaining robot. It's kind of the re-embodiment of Siege almost. It'll be taking on Dunning and Kruger for the kinetic creatures. Both of them are overhead quad bar spinners, spin opposite directions, and are essentially mirror images of each other. These two can be pretty damaging when they win, but they can't really self-right and do a lot of friendly fire, so. You Omni S&S with Ram because Barbecue does really want Rams to finish over that confuse them as Chloe. I don't think it's possible. There's you could technically, like, there are other AI modes to make it better, but we don't do Melty Brain because that's fucking stupid in AI. A lot of people going for the Dunning-Kruger Club. That's very interesting. DK, I'm thinking it's going to make it more unstable. Ah, Robert, you're building a team for next season. That's really cool to hear about. If you ever want to show it off, you can pop in the Discord, which is in the description, and show us what's up. Or you could surprise us next season. I don't know. Alright, let's see if the spinners can get some more points at all. Kinetic really needs lots of points here. Hot Mess immediately gets under Kruger, but that was a very physicsy collision. Hang on a second. That was not how a robot gets pulled over normally. Why are you behind stream? Show me what I want to see. Thank you for buffering at the worst possible time. Because it looked like the way they went over it did not look very good. Yeah, okay, it was, it kind of was physics. Because the spikes on Dunning and Kruger and Hot Mess got caught together, and it pulled the robots up like this. That's what I was looking at, so that's going to be a restart, unfortunately. Hopefully that doesn't happen again. Hot Mess goes after Kruger and is trying to get it up. It's going back after Dunning now. Has inverted at least one of the multi-bots and is going to town on it, but Kruger's gotten a couple of hits on the side. Dunning's trying to go with those wheels, but the drum spinner was able to get the mini-bot up and out of the arena for a ring out there. Gotten Kruger up against the grinder and is going to town using the drums and the grinder to do a ton of damage here. A wheel yeeted off into the audience, control board hits, and a knockout to Kruger, 35-second victory. Because Dunning was wrung out and not knocked out, that is only going to be 2 points. That is a mighty unfortunate way to lose points there, but them's the breaks, my friend. It's a lot of DPS. Yeah, when you're facing robots that are mostly chassis, it's not that hard. It's pretty good. Someone died to that wheel, says Maz. You know, as a racing fan, I politely ask you to shut up. Thank you, voice, for cutting out at me randomly. Alright. Your team will be allowed. Maybe need some advice on what is not allowed in regards to multi-bots. You're not allowed to have a multi-bot that's just a box that gets counted out. Like, it can't just be like a box that has no wheels and just sits there and gets counted out, because that's dumb. Alright, so super heavyweight time. The Commandos have King Drillosaurus. Triple horizontal spinning drills on the top with some ram plates and wedges to get robots up and over, and it can use its drive power to slide underneath robots. But it has very exposed drive motors on the side. It's taking on Death Penalty for kinetic creatures. It is a sit and spin flail thwackbot with 4 sets of flails on either corner and some Bushido sword wield guards. It kills the shit out of everything that is not One Father. One of the highest DPSs in damage points on the season. I would tell you what the stats are for these guys, except we didn't actually update the stat sheet last week. Miscommunication between Mike and I as to who we're going to do it, so I'm actually going to add the Week 13 stats after this stream. A lot of people going for Death Penalty. Never thought of a sacrifice as Hex. Yeah, somebody mentioned that in the Discord, and, like, we could easily reject stuff like that, but, like, you're just cheesing the multibot rules, and we're going to be fucking annoyed by that, so don't do it. All those people going for Death Penalty. There's no Easter Bunny, no Santa Claus, but there's King of Drillosaurus. I like that dysphoria, that's funny. Ah, thank you, Liam. Yes, of course. I'm going to pull up whatever. What will happen here? King Drillosaurus has the drive power to get Death Penalty stopped, except Physics threw a couple of fits there and got them separated, and we're going to have to restart that. Because that gave King Drillosaurus a couple of attacks that it shouldn't have gotten. This could be a bit of an issue. Restart time. King Drillosaurus fell over the top of Death Penalty and got some hits on the top. It is somehow able to self-right. I didn't know that was possible. But Death Penalty is up to speed and is tearing into the King. Lost one of its flails, but that right side of King Drillosaurus not looking too hot. Wheels coming off. Ram plates coming off. I would say long live the King, but that would be a tasteless joke. Because the King right now has been sentenced to death. The death penalty has come for the King of the Drills. Big hits again on the King. Smoke billowing out of those weapon motors. Physics is starting to get a little unhappy. I'm going to have to keep an eye on that. Control board hits now on the King. It lost its left side wheel to the grinder. I'm not sure if Death Penalty is going to be able to go in for the knockout here. Ooh, there was another big hit from Death Penalty, and it actually used the grinder to get the knockout in the end. 66 seconds of death right there. Well then. Yet another high points day for Death Penalty, the king of the sit-and-spinners, I guess. Alright, so with that knockout, the Commandos have 4 points with Bring Out and TKO. Kinetic creatures have 3 points with that KO. And there is 1 point outstanding in the lightweights. So we do not know who won that match. Could be an Orlando win or could be a tie. Opponents just flying around in the background. Yeah, that's how it goes. So, fortunately, though, that could be the end of Kinetic season because they might only get 4 points out of that. That's not great. Basically, if Heavy Metal scores at all, they're fucked. Alright, my friends, but it is time to head to the dumpster for this week's Tank Bowl. So we have the Meme Team coming out of somewhere in the UK. Let me double check that. I can't remember all of them off the top of my head. That's not the right screen, Steve. The Meme Team is out of Lancaster in the United Kingdom, and they will be taking on Angry Penguin Robotics, who is out of Bristol in the United Kingdom. We got a Brit matchup, folks. Came all the way to the US just to fight when they could have done it in their backyard or at Robo-Nerd. Have most scores their fuck. That's a lot to ask of Heavy Metal. You know what? Yeah, actually, yeah, they are facing Levantine, so there's a decent chance Heavy Metal gets shut out, but I'm going to be really sad if Kinetic is still mathematically good and then gets a perfect week next week and qualifies. That's going to really annoy me. Alright, folks. The Meme Team have demagnetized internet for their lightweight. It is a 2-wheel drive rammer with ice picks on the front of it. Can be decently damaging and probably one of the best robots on the meme team, but is not invertible, unfortunately. It's taking on PogChamp for Angry Penguin. Also a 2-wheel drive rammer, but this one has 3 razor tips in the front. I believe it has basic aluminum armor. I don't entirely remember. It's one of the best point scores for Angry Penguin. Helen taking out the soundless invisible popcorn. Fantastic. Although you don't need soundless and invisible ones. You can have actual popcorn. Where is the RRL situated? Yes. I mean, I guess technically here, but... we have teams coming in from video games and such, so, like, it's not exactly hard to get here. Heavy metal's in the middle of being disowned. You know, that happens. A lot of people going for a demagnetized internet. We'll see if the PogChamp's about to be demagnetized or not. Battle of the Rammers. Ooh, it looks like demagnetized internet has the reach over PogChamp. It was able to get a big hit on the opening collision, keeping the very memey rammer at bay. PogChamp's trying to get demagnetized over to a grinder, but to no avail. Ooh, there's already control board hits on PogChamp. Demagnetize almost fell over there. Another control board hit on PogChamp. Just trying to survive at this point. But just like that, Demagnetize has a 36-second knockout. Those ice picks had just enough reach to get to PogChamp's chassis and keep it away from it. And the meme team have 3 points. Gentlemen's excuse me that. Yeah, pretty much. Just back and forth between whatever the robots can do. But now, my friends, it is time for your main event. Just like week 14, we have a main event in the middleweights, but it is not for the same reasons. Oh, dear Lord. Oh, I'm gonna need a drink after this. So, we are kicking off the feature fight with On Your Own for the meme team. Undercutting horizontal spinner with some ram plates and large wheels on the side. Has a bit of a tail in the back for stability, too. Taking on Stanley from Angry Penguin. It is a huge-esque vertical spinner with a blade in the front. Has some stabilizers out the back and has disc wheels. Both of these robots are winless on the season, 0-13. Who is going to get this going? Who is going to get a 1 after this? Can we give both of them a loss here, or can we do it? Yes, this is indeed the greatest game, Logan. Oh boy. You're not wrong, Wolvie. This fight might suck. Hoping the wheels don't get sniped by the undercutter. If it goes to the judges, they both lose. Game crashes on first impact. I like that, Tomoffers. That's funny. We'll see. The undercutter and the vert might not quite have the reach. I don't know what happens. Could be taken off stream. Alright, folks. This is what everybody's been waiting for like 3 weeks. Let's get it going. Let's go, you two. Both slowly make their way over, and it appears that On Your Own got a couple of hits with the ram plate of all things. Stanley's vertical spinner does have the reach to get into On Your Own's ram plates there. It is doing a little bit of damage. Stanley briefly flips over and very quickly goes back over. Very well-made stabilizers. Sam does not appear that the undercutter on Your Own's doing any damage, but those ram plates probably are. They're just bumping and grinding, pushing and shoving. Ram plate off of On Your Own already. Stanley's vert is doing work. On Your Own's undercutter is... Oh! Physics had decided to throw a fit. And we're going to have to restart. I was going to let it go, but On Your Own is now inverted, so that's no good. Don't even know what caused that. Love this game. Alright, I swear to fuck, if this goes 5 restarts, I'm over it. Take number 2. They both meet in the middle again, on your own, trying to use those ram plates almost to hit Stanley, but Stanley's using that vertical spinner, got a couple hits on your own's chassis, going to town on those ram plates. That undercutter does not quite have the reach to hit those discs on Stanley. Very well-made design, Sam FM. Ram plate off of on your own, and Stanley's getting into the undercutting motor. Getting through the chassis. And the undercutters come out of on your own. Stanley's vert is doing work. It's trying to make its way over to on your own. Do a little bit more damage to that chassis, which has already taken a ton, but on your own using its drive power, get a little bit more damage in there. Shoving Stanley back to the wall. Couple more big hits from both of them. Stanley's slowly been being pushed to a grinder. Look at the front of On Your Own, seriously deformed. Please get away from that physics glitch on the floor, my friends. Don't like how close you are getting to it. Ooh, On Your Own getting a lot of pushing here. Stanley was starting to go up the chassis of On Your Own, but they have kind of moved away. A couple more hits for the vert. On Your Own using its drive power here. Shoving Stanley back a little bit more. That left eye on Stanley not looking too hot with that ram plate digging into it like it is. Ooh, there's control board hits on now. On Your Own. Stanley's vert is doing damage. The other ram plate is off of On Your Own. And, my friends, Stanley is the winner of the losers main event. I didn't even see the time because I was so excited. Call your friends, call your neighbors, call everybody you know. Stanley has won a fight. What was that? 113, I think. If any of you can go back and check the time on that because my stream was a little blurry, I couldn't quite tell. It looked like 130. It looked like it was 107 left, but not too sure. And just like that, Stanley has tied the match for Angry Penguin. Fantastic. It was 113, thank you very much. And you know what? Because that was actually a pretty decent fight, it's going on the Fight of the Week list. My expectation for that was that Stanley's wheels stuck out too far and we're going to block On Your Own, so they were just going to be stalemating the whole time. But that was actually pretty decent. All right, time to get some middleweight or heavyweight carnage going. You're not over there, you're over here. All right, folks. The Meme Team have £4.90 for their heavyweight. £4 is a vertical spinner with 2 razor tips on the disc. 90 is a dual side axe with fireman's axes. Not the greatest of multi-bots in comparison to some of the other ones this season, but these two can still swarm and do damage when the time is there. It's taken on E-Girl power for Angry Penguin. Dual rear hinge flipper, kind of pure flippers. They have the flipping panels, but they have iron spikes in the front to prevent robots from sliding all the way over top. Can be pretty good in controlling, but when it mistimes its flip, it gets beat up pretty badly. Somebody please ping the shit out of Sam FM52 to tell him Stanley won. He's going to be losing his mind when he finds out. Chat seems pretty split between these two. Will one of these robots be split? We shall find out. Can you buy a pumpkin spice frap for £4.90? It's probably like $6 in the US, let's be honest. Actually, that's my sister. She worked at a Starbucks once. Alright, E-Girl is opening up against 90. Has gotten it already inverted, but the side axe is invertible. Very quick driving to get away from 4-Pound as it came in from behind. Now E-Girl has got its flippers mistimed, and they were getting torn up by 4-Pound. 4-Pound's being shoved into the grinder by E-Girl power. That left side of 4-Pound is absolutely getting deformed now. That vert on 4-Pound was getting caught in the iron spikes of E-Girl. Now the E-Girl has gotten kind of on top of 90 and 4-Pound. 4-Pound's starting to lose some of its weaponry, but 90's axes have gotten one of the wheels off of E-Girl power. Both of the wheels, okay. As I was saying with E-Girl mistiming its flips and everything, this is what happens. Exposes its underside and its wheels. 4-Pound, just for fun, ripped one of the wheels off of 90. That's going to be an extra wheel for the Wheel Goddess. E-Girl is getting counted out, and because E-Girl has no wheels remaining, this will not be a pin, my friends. 75-second victory for the Multibots. So now the meme team, who are at the bottom of Division 2 standings, have a 5-3 lead. And that 3 points for Angry Penguin is to Stanley, not anybody else, just so you know, in case you have just arrived. We'll be thinking he's haven't called one fight right correctly. That's the beauty of the RRL. You have no idea how it's going. Although you said you were predicting wrong just so you enjoy being wrong, but... Alright, my friends. Super Heavyweights to conclude this match. The meme team have Monk Eat Banan for their Super Heavyweight. 4 rear hinge spike strip flippers up in the middle. 4-wheel drive with some wheel guards all the way around and some defenses in the back. Does not have the best drive power, but is still a pretty solid wedge overall. It's actually kind of underrated. Taking on Pingu's Death Machine for Angry Penguin. Undercutting horizontal spinner in the front and 2 battle axes coming down over the sides. Very similar to Monkey Banan, not the greatest drive power and somewhat exposed on either side, but we shall see. I believe looking through the stats before week 13, Monk Eat Banan has the most judge's decision wins out of any robot in the league, so can't end fights very well, but it can push the decisions pretty good. Yes, PDM has a singular point this season. It's taken on a lot of really high-caliber super heavyweights, to be fair. Yes, Monkey was playing at Pinball Razor. I did see that. That could be fun. Chat seems pretty split between these two so far. More than Al Mudamir. Yeah, Al Mudamir loses quite a few of the decisions, I think. Like, I think Monk has won 4, and I think Al Mudamir's only won 3. Liam can double check. There are a few other bots on 5. I was thinking the robots had won the most decisions. I think it's Monk still, although I haven't seen the week 13 stats added into that yet. All right, folks. Let's see if Angry Penguin can get some points here and tie the match, or even win. We'll see. They meet on the logo, and Monk immediately slides underneath Pingu's Death Machine, but hasn't been able to get it fully inverted. PDM is swinging away with those battle axes. Got a couple of hits on the wedge of Monk. Trying to use the undercutter to jam up the flippers, actually. Very clever strategy from the Angry Penguins. Another couple of big hits from the battle axes here. Despite not having the ground game, PDM is still staying competitive in this fight, but it has now gotten tossed onto its side by the monkey that eats bananas. Monk is graciously trying to flip it back over to continue this fight going. Although now that the battle axes have kind of gotten stuck on its sides here, been going so well. Ooh, Mongo was able to snipe one of the wheels off of Pingu's death machine while it's inverted like this. And it looks like it's going to take the TKO victory here. With the way the battle axes are stuck, PDM is not able to really move around here. So that's going to be an 83-second TKO victory for the Monkey. And overall, that's going to be a 7-3 victory for the meme team over Angry Penguin. But that, importantly, those 3 points went to Stanley. Fantastic, as always. The Penguins may have lost the war, but they won the battle, let's be honest. Alright, we are on to match number 5 already. Oh, my goodness. Despite some of the long fights, we're going right through this. It is going to be the West Elizabeth Warbears taking on the Avalon Resurrectionists. Avalon is already eliminated from playoff contention. The Warbears are currently 4th in Division 1. They are a ways behind Halifax. You're not going to be able to catch Halifax this week, I don't think. But notably, though, the Commandos are at least 4 points behind them. So the Warbears need the points here to prevent Orlando from overtaking them next week. And they have a good opponent. Favorable opponent, I should say. Alright, lightweights. Ursa Minor is the Warbears lightweight. Asymmetric overhead spinner. Iron spike tooth on one end and a sledgehammer counterweight on the other. Can be pretty potent when it's at speed, but because of how large the weapon is, it can get stopped pretty easily. It's taken on Dainsley for Avalon. It is a 2-wheel drive rammer with a V-shaped bit of spike strips in the front. It is unfortunately built underweight because the builder did not know quite the weight rules, but it has been a resilient little robot. It's gotten a few wins here and there. I think it's actually outscoring more airtime. I'll have to double check that. Oh, Razor has a bingo square on the meme team winning matches. That was a mistake, my friend. Although I would say that I'm a little surprised I haven't won more. Yes, Sam, my friend, you have arrived just in time. Go watch your middleweight fight with Stanley. You will not be disappointed. You've been pinged for good reason, I swear. Ah, yes, Dainsley does have more wins. Thank you, Foya. Alright, let's get this lightweight matchup underway. Does Dainsleif have what it takes to stop the Warbear? Opening charge from Dainsleif did get a hit on Ursa Minor, but so did Ursa. A couple big hits from both of these two so far. That exposed chassis on Ursa Minor not doing any favors. Dainsleif was able to get the weapon stopped and briefly caught a wheel on Ursa Minor. Both of these two caving in each other's chassis here. Although Ursa Minor has caught a wheel on Dainsleif, but Ursa Minor's dancing over by the grinder. Did not lose any components, luckily. Although Ursa Minor's tooth has come off on that front weaponry on Dainsleif. While Ursa Minor does have that sledgehammer counterweight and is kind of, sort of balanced, it doesn't hit low enough to hit little Dainsleif. Or maybe it does. It was able to get hit on the side of Dainsleif and get the motor smoking. Avalon's rammer is just trying to stay alive. The deformation of that tiny chassis is really showing up. Although that sledgehammer counterweight is getting into Dainsleif chassis, there are 2 control board hits on it already. Ursa Minor trying to be a little more tactical, being a little off balance, and that's a 76-second knockout for Ursa Minor. Warbears looking good, trying to get back up in the standings, making sure they do not get eliminated next week. Because they have at least 3 points there. A big point stay here puts them close to the Supernovas, so they could theoretically pass them up next week, but we'll see. Middleweight time. Oh, hello, Ghost. Welcome to the stream. We just kicked off match number 5, my friend. You are going to be the last fight of the stream, so I hope you're ready to hang out for a little while. Alright. Middleweight time. The Warbears have Grismo for their middleweight. 4-wheel drive, a high-powered rammer with iron spikes and bear claws on either side. It hits the shit out of everything when it lines up the hit. Sometimes it whiffs pretty badly. It'll be taking on Trishula for Avalon. Piston poker with 4 iron spikes, 2 of them facing upwards, 2 of them facing downwards. Can be surprisingly capable for its weapon type, even though it has very exposed wheels and such. Uses the piston as drive power to corral robots over to the grinder. Warbears could get within 2 to 3 points of the Supernovas, notes Liam. Interesting. I mean, the Warbears have gotten a perfect score before. I would not be surprised if they get another one here for Avalon. Can't wait to watch your team continue its losing streak, says Ghost. You know, they have been entertaining fights, to be fair. Yeah, you haven't been having a good time as of late. More and more people here. I just spotted $2 super chat from Midnight McLeod. Am I late? He asks. You are not quite late. You've missed a couple of matches, but we still have most of the stream coming up. Thank you very much for your super chat and your support. We appreciate it very much. We're definitely not late enough to catch this middleweight fight. Let's see what happens. Opening ram from Grismo bounces off of Trishula, who's corralled it over to a grinder, gotten 2 of the bear claws off already. Weaponry really coming in clutch for Trishula, sneaking around the sides of Grismo. But the rammer seems relatively undisturbed. Grismo tries backing off for another ram, but it lost a wheel to Trishula's weaponry. Trishula's lost most of its iron spikes already, though. And physics has decided that this is not allowed and we gotta restart. Well then. Take number 2. Physics has been brutal already this week. Big opening ram from Grismo, immediately lost 2 of its bear claws to the piston poker. That does not bode well. Physics does not like these spikes intermeshing, but not a whole lot going on otherwise. Grismo's gotten corralled over to a grinder again by the piston poker. Avalon's strategy using the grinder to its advantage. Pretty potent this season. More of Grismo's weaponry is coming off. Trishula's going right through it. Grismo trying to find the right geometry to get a good lineup here. Missing half of its weapons, but Trishula is unfazed. And just like that, all of the damaging components are off of Grismo. It is now just a box with 3 wheels, unfortunately, because Trishula just removed the other one. Avalon's middleweight not playing around here. Another wheel off of my wagon. Grismo throwing itself around with wheel physics. Trishula corralling it to a grinder again, adding up the damage and smoke and control board. It's pouring out of Grismo, and that is a 68-second knockout for Avalon. They just evened this match up. That is not something I expected to say at the start of this match. Physics blessed Trishula there. Yeah, you are not entirely wrong there, KJ. And now we have a tied 3-3 match as we head to the heavyweights. Good job, Aaron. This could be a weird one. Alright folks, we're going to be kicking off the heavyweights here with Warbear, the namesake of the West Elizabeth Warbears. Dual side axe robot. One side is kind of a bear claw but some spikes behind it. The other side's a giant ass sledgehammer. Has some iron spikes, or not iron spikes, spike strips in the front for a bit of a wedge. But otherwise has lots of exposed chassis. It is invertible, notably. It's taking on Phalanx for Avalon. It is a dual rear hinge flipper with spike strips on either side with kind of a forky style chassis on there. Four-wheel drive, not the best drive motors, but underrated ground game. It beat Twin Gyre recently just by flipping it over. Never underestimate the flippers. Chat is actually pretty split between these two. A couple people want to see Avalon get their first match when they've not won a match this season. I don't remember who their opponent next week is, but we'll see if it's possible. Yes, actually do remember Phalanx. I believe Almudamir was the first win Phalanx got over a robot. I don't remember. Let's see if Avalon can get some more points, or will the Warbears go on a warpath? They kind of intermeshed between Phalanx's flippers. The sledgehammer on Warbears going to town on the left side of Phalanx, but Phalanx is getting one of its flippers, the only one remaining, underneath Warbear and trying to lift it up in the air. Notably, though, those flippers with the spikes are able to do a little bit of damage to the underside of Warbear. You can see a bit of chassis deformation underneath Warbear, but it's now kind of gotten on top of Phalanx and is pushing it over to a grinder. Control board hits already on the flipper, and Warbear's gotten a knockout in 36 seconds. Okay. Warbear did significantly more damage than I thought it was doing. Was able to get those side axes into play against those pontoon wedges and get the knockout in the end. And that is 6 points for the Warbears. They can no longer lose this match. The best Avalon could do is tie. And we'll see if the super heavyweights are capable of doing such. I press X to doubt. Alright. Super heavyweight time. The Warbears have Smashy McSmashface 2, the sequel for their super heavyweight. 5 overhead swinging arms, 3 sledgehammers, 2 war picks going through there, bit of a wedge and some wheel guards on the side. It has been very destructive this season. Also a bit of a glass cannon. When stuff gets under it, it just doesn't have a good time. It's taking on Excalibur for Avalon. Dual vertical spinner, very similar to Heavy Metal Noise from classic BattleBots. The robot's propped up in the air with some balance caster wheels and some spikes in there. It is winless on the season. Not been having a good time. Liam noting if Smashy gets a knockout, the Warbears will be confirmed for the playoffs here. And Orlando might be in if they win that decision in the lightweights. We shall see. KJ thinking it'd be fitting for Excalibur to break its losing streak against Smashy, who also had a big losing streak last season. People actually want Excalibur to leave the winless club. Well, let's see what happens here. If Excalibur does win, it's going to want to do it by knockout to tie the match and prevent those Warbears from getting that bonus point. What do you two super heavyweights have here? Smashy got some big hits on Excalibur's chassis with those long war picks. Already gotten control board hits on Excalibur and knocked it out in 10 seconds. Well then. Smashy had the reach to get to the chassis and did not let up. Have 300 DPS, Smashy. You've earned it. Alright, so that is a 9-3 match win for the Warbears. That's going to bode very well for their playoff chances. All these pending decisions are making math difficult, says Liam. Yeah, that's what happens when you get a lot of them. KJ noting Lazy Bear Soul, the owner of the Warbears, want to keep the Warbears around for next season, so... KJ, the one who commissioned and built the robots for the Warbears, is looking to do some upgrades. I do not blame you for improving Gizmo, because it is just Gizmo from last season. But it is now time to kick off match number 6, my friends. I tell a lie, we are not kicking off match number 6. We're kicking off the game crashing. Fantastic. Thank you very much, Robot Arena 2, for being an incomplete game. And also thank you to our Patreon stream sponsors for sponsoring our streams, our crash page, letting us do what we do and getting mysterious beverages and helping us build our IRL robots. Your support knows no bounds. We will have exciting things for you coming up soon, I promise. Especially those of you in the gold tier, you'll be able to see the IRL bullshit we have. As I was saying before I was interrupted, starting match number 6 with the Robot Rebels out of Detroit, Michigan. They will be taking on the Anthracite Colliers out of Anthracite, Alberta, Canada. Yes, Sam, my friend, Stanley got that win for you. I'm so happy you are happy about that. Yes. And it was the most hype match of the stream, and honestly, it was a pretty good fight. It might be fight of the week as well. Ah, Hex, you have to leave. Well, good luck, my friend. Your match is in 2 from here, so we shall see what happens. Alright, the Rebels open up the lightweights with Overclock for their lightweight. 5 iron spikes on a piston, similar to Trishula, but this one is 2-wheel drive and has some exposed sides in there. It is invertible, very notably. Taking on Quick Pick for Anthracite. Overhead ice pick style weapon with very long pontoon style wedges. Very good at corralling robots and just wailing away with the pick. Can sort of self-right, but has very exposed chassis otherwise. Liam noting the Colliers have been eliminated from playoff contention with that Warbears win. Very unfortunate because the Colliers are one of my favorite teams this season. Very good aesthetic, and I appreciate how competitive they actually have been despite being built towards aesthetics. They've put up some good fights. Good old H2SO4. Couple people going for Overclock. Welcome back, Mr. Circuit. You are back. Thank you, KJ. Dear Mediator. Cope. Referencing a robot I built in the Discord. Literally, I didn't have like a name for that robot. I didn't even paint it yet. I was just trying to think of something funny, and I was just like, Mediator would like this robot. And Mike's just like, Dear Mediator. Cope. So, I like how that's become its name now. Alright, let's see if the Colliers can just win for some pride here, because the Rebels have been pretty decent so far. Meet over by the logo, and Overclock is getting some big hits to that center part of Quick Pick's chassis. Quick Pick trying to de-weapon Overclock, and it has. That pick was very precise in getting that T-connector on Overclock, and it can now go to town on the weaponless box. The Rebels cannot escape the luck of Detroit sports, unfortunately. A couple more big impacts on the top of Overclock. Overclock is getting its clock rocked. Quick Pick just impaling it with this pick. Control board hits over and over, and there is the kill shot. 42 seconds of death have come to an end. Quick Pick very expertly sniped that weapon on Overclock. Very convenient too, because Overclock has been impressive this season. Very quietly, because the Rebels have not been doing too hot. Put that in the highlights. You know what? Why not? We already have a lot of notes this week. That's pretty fun. Only a couple Fight of the Week candidates, but not too bad. Anthracite has a 3-point lead going into the middleweights, and this could be another very bizarre one. Alright, folks, middleweight time. The Rebels have Woodrow Kilson for their middleweight. It is a literal hammer saw. 2 saw blades on an articulating arm coming downwards with some forks out the front and the back. It is named after Jevin Woodrow of the World of Woodrow podcast channel and the Robocast because he hates the term hammer saw, so now there's one named after him. He was also given a model of it at RoboNerd this year, so have fun, Jevin. He's taking on Tumbler for the Anthracite Colliers. Kind of a shell-spinning horizontal spinner with some ram plates and iron spikes to go around it. Can be pretty good and get up to speed pretty quickly, but cannot self-right and gets unbalanced. So what we got here, folks? Water. All people going for Tumbler, or Woodrow, sorry. A couple people going for Tumbler, maybe. We'll see. I feel like Tumbler's got a good chance of batting Woodrow away with its spinner, maybe clipping a wheel. Let's find out. Tumbler is up to speed. Woodrow comes right over and is getting hits up against its forks instead. Tumbler is able to move away and get back up to speed, though. Woodrow trying to get that hammer saw into play. It was able to and got one of the ram plates off of Tumbler's shell. Tumbler is a little unbalanced, but can still spin pretty efficiently here. Tumbler's doing its best to just try to clip that right side fork on Woodrow. Might have briefly caught a wheel there. And now that right side fork has come off of Woodrow, so Tumbler can get in a little bit closer. But Woodrow was able to snipe the disc off of Tumbler entirely, and it is now just a box that is getting caved into the floor. Jevin Woodrow heard our taunts and has decided to take his anger out on Tumbler. Massive smoke and fire inside of Tumbler right now. I'm not sure the hammer saw is quite able to retract on Woodrow right now. Woodrow does not have a whole lot of battery power, so... And with how heavy it is, it was actually able to invert Tumbler with the saws, got a control board hit on it, and is just wailing on its underside now. Huh. That's different. And it looks like Woodrow was able to get a knockout there in 93 seconds. That was a very surprising tactic with Woodrow, running the saws on the floor to invert Tumbler and then go to town on it. And we now have a tied match. Huh. Not how I expected that to go. And now it is middleweight time. Alright, folks, we're going to be kicking out the middleweights here with, or heavyweights, I can talk, with Jaws of Death for the Rebels. Dual side axe, very similar to Warbear, but this one has spiked clubs and iron spiked on the corners. Burst wedge and ram plate in the front for a little bit of protection, some rear protection, and it is invertible. It's taking on Jackhammer for the Colliers. Dual piston pokers coming in from either side. Kind of a V-shaped, or arrow-shaped set of spike strips in the middle. Four-wheel drive is invertible, but does not have much side or top protection. What does chat think is gonna happen here? Ugh, really going through this water already. Voice isn't doing too bad so far, at least. A lot of people going for Jackhammer here. Interesting. Might be able to catch those corners of Jaws and then maybe catch the extenders on Jaws' side axes. I don't know. Let's see if the Colliers or Rebels can break the tie here. 3-3. Both just fighting for pride at this point. Kind of auditions for next season for these robots. Big meet in the middle. Jaws and Jackhammer going to town on each other. Trading blows with their weapons. It looks like Jaws is getting the advantage. That right side piston is off of Jackhammer. And the piston poker's pinned up against the wall now. Some of that arrow-shaped spike is coming off, and Jackhammer's now lost both of its pistons. Jaws is free to go to town on the weaponless robot, shoving it into the grinder. Huge deformation on Jackhammer. Look at the state of Jackhammer already. And Jaws gets a 33-second knockout. My goodness. Jackhammer was fed into the jaws of death for sure right there. Well then, that is 6 points to the Rebels now. They can no longer lose this match. And there was apparently a Havoc that I missed when I was looking down. God damn it. Super heavyweight time. This could be a fun one. So the Rebels have Heart Attack for its super heavyweight 6-wheel drive rammer that instead of using its drive power to do tons of damage on a ram, it more uses the emergency wedges and spikes pointing upwards to shove robots around, do a little bit of damage, and corral them into grinders over time. Not been the most successful this season, but can be sneakily good at times. Taking on Big Bore from the Anthracite Colliers. It's a chained drill spinner. One large drill has a disc with many smaller drills on the middle with iron spikes on them. Can be pretty destructive when the drills hold up, but Big Bore does not have the most drive power. It does have a pretty good grounding with some burst wedges, but drive power is not great. It is invertible, notably. Heart Attack is only invertible with the back 2 wheels when it goes upside down. Chat seems kind of split between these two, actually. A couple more going for Big Bore overall. Big Bore certainly has the weapon advantage. It's been probably the best robot on the Colliers all season. We'll see if it can go through Heart Attack, or will the Big Bore suffer a Heart Attack? Big opening charge from Heart Attack, bounced over the front of Big Bore and is inverted, and now Big Bore's drill is going to town on Heart Attack, propping Heart Attack up in the air and grinding away at it, keeping it off the ground. There's huge damage being done to that rear side of Heart Attack right now. Big Bore is not letting it really get down, although some of those spikes did some damage to Big Bore. And now Big Bore is drilling through the wheels and chassis of Heart Attack, although Big Bore's weaponry is starting to come off a little bit here. 2 wheels off of Heart Attack now. Rear will be most pleased, but Big Bore has lost most of its weaponry so far. Heart Attack is down 3 of its wheels, but Big Bore is down 3 of its spikes. And now Big Bore is down all of its spikes, but Heart Attack can barely move with only 1 wheel on the floor like this. Heart Attack pushes the hapless robot over to a grinder, removes its rear protection snowplow. And now Big Bore is kind of using those motors as a rotary lifting device. Propping Heart Attack up on the wall and up on the grinder. Heart Attack is unable to move from this position. Big Bore did prop it up there. Control board hits on the grinder for Heart Attack. Can Big Bore get the knockout and tie the match here? That would be huge for Anthracite here. The last rear wheel is off of Heart Attack now. It's not going to be able to drive on the floor. Big Bore is using its wedge and drive power to shove the corpse around. Just about a minute left for Big Bore to finish this off. Heart Attack has nothing stuck in the air like this. Gets Heart Attack over to a grinder once more, but that severed wheel might come into play. Trying to get the final control board shots on Heart Attack. There's another one there. And Big Boar was able to get the knockout against the Grinder. 137 seconds, and this is a tied match, my friends. Big Boar had to use the Grinders after losing its weapon, but it was able to do so and clutch the match for a tie. So that is a 6-6 draw, my friends. Both robots both teams kind of stalemating after being eliminated. Good for them. But it is now time for our feature match of the stream. It will be the Jubilife City Jigglypuffs taking on the Pinwheel Pulsars. Both teams 1 and 2 in Division 1. And a lot of people think the Pulsars might be the only thing stopping the Jigglypuffs this season. We'll find out. I think some of the Division 3 and 4 teams might match up well against the Jigglypuffs, but that's only a finals matchup, unfortunately. And KJ, the owner of the Pulsars, has no faith here. We'll see, my friend. Could be close. So we're opening up the lightweights with Y2K for Jubilife. It is a front hinge flipper with a Bushido sword, very large burst wedge out the front, and Redbird drive motors, a little bit better for lightweights. Has a propensity to take fights the distance. It's only gotten one knockout this season despite its incredible winning record. It's kind of underperformed compared to Jubilife's expectations. It's taking on Nightmare Fuel for the Pulsars. It is a dual side axe robot, but instead of coming in from the sides, it shoots outwards. It's kind of like pinball bumpers almost, with spike strips. Very destructive because most robots cannot get around that weaponry. I think it might still be one of the highest damaging lightweights by damage points. If you wouldn't mind looking that up for me, Voya. A lot of people going for Nightmare Fuel. It is the more damaging robot after all. Interesting that Maz appears to not be here for his match. Well, let us kick off the lightweights and see what happens. Nightmare Fuel is third in damage points. That's fine. Nightmare Fuel misfired briefly and got caught on the side there, and Y2K's wail, it's able to get reach with that Bushido sword. It was briefly wailing on it, although Nightmare Fuel's spikes are grinding and kind of crushing Y2K inwards. Definitely did chassis damage for Y2K. Although Nightmare Fuel misfired again and has caught it once more. Now it's gotten a couple more hits on Y2K. The Y2K is pinning Nightmare Fuel to the wall and getting some shots on the rear of its chassis. But there's control board hits now on Y2K. Nightmare Fuel is pinned, but it was able to drive forward and get the knockout in 39 seconds. That is a very quick 3 points to the Pulsars, who might need it in this match. We'll see. Now we move to the middleweights, where there could be a bit more action. This could be fun. Thank you, Liam. Pulsars are now indeed on 100 points. A lot of the top leaders are getting to 100 points now. Very cool. So the middleweights bring us Polybius for the Jigglypuffs. It is a two-wheel drive rammer that has kind of like ramp sword burst wedges that go out the front for a ground game, and has a row of razor tips spikes up there. Gets stuff up on the wedge and just shoves them around and lets the razor tips do lots of grindy damage over time. It is unbelievably good. It's only lost once this season. It's taking on Vika for the Pulsars. It is a whipper. It looks and kind of built like a side axe robot, but the side axes are static, and they kind of just bat around going back and forth like this to do a lot of damage. It has a ton of weaponry on there that can very quickly destroy robots. And get wheels and such as well, so What do we think, chat? KJ thinking Vika is going to get out-wedged and shoved to a grinder. Very possible. Vika does not play much of a ground game, although it is invertible, although it can occasionally get propped up on its spikes when it's upside down. Main thing here is going to be if the weaponry on Vika can get into play, because Polybius does have some pretty exposed bits, but if Vika's not able to get into play, it's not really going to matter. Chat seems relatively split between these two. Let's see if one of these robots gets split. Opening charge from Polybius, and it's not able to get all the way underneath Vika, although now kind of has. Gotten it inverted, and is shoving it up against the wall. It has Vika propped upwards up against those razor tips. Not sure it's doing a whole lot of damage sitting up here like this, though. Polybius backs off to break the pin, and Vika was able to move briefly, but it tried driving forward and kind of got caught. It's now going to town on Polybius a little bit. Couple of hits here and there on it. Although Polybius has it propped up off the ground. Although those razor tips are going to be taking a ton of damage from those iron spikes. Stuck up against the wall like this. Polybius graciously breaks the pin, but Vika is propped upwards, but Polybius comes in and gets a huge ram on it, and got a wheel off because it propped it up into the grinder. Vika's not able to do much propped up in the air or without a wheel like that. And now the grinding damage is definitely coming into play sitting on those razor tips. Massive deformation on Vika. Polybius backed up to break the pin, but Vika is caught upside down, propped up on its weaponry. So that is going to be a 74-second TKO victory for Polybius. Notably, that is only 2 points for Jubilife, so the Pulsars still lead. Vika gave it a good effort, but Polybius was able to get a wheel off with the grinder and eventually get the TKO victory. And it's now time for the heavyweights, where we have some multi-bot chaos. Why does Polybius revert so much further than any other robot? Asked Voya. It is Omni AI because the burst wedges are wired to act as a Shremek when it gets upside down. So it could just be that. I don't know. We'll see. Heavyweight time. The Jigglypuffs have I Love You for their heavyweight. Giant dual vertical spinner with iron spikes on it. Very long burst-mounted armored wedges going at the front. Very similar to Polybius, but a lot longer. It can be pretty good, but has some issues with stuff getting underneath it here and there. It's taking on Leslie and Gale for the Pulsars. Leslie is a tri-bar overhead spinner with iron spikes on it. Gale is a triple front hinge flipper with spike strips. Both of these two can be pretty potent, but they're also pretty potent against each other on occasion. Bit of a wild card. I Love You has fared pretty decently against multibots up to this point, but this time it's facing one that has a pretty good wedge. So it really depends on who I Love You goes after. The main thing here is I Love You needs to knock out both of the twins here in order to get a knockout. So even though it's done it to other multibots, could still be tedious here. We've seen I Love You get ringouts before, so that could limit the points. Let's get this heavyweight matchup underway. I Love You opens up, going up against Gale, was able to slide underneath it relatively quickly, but Leslie has come in and gotten a couple of hits on it. I Love You is kind of able to keep both of the twins up in front of it. Leslie, I believe, actually took a wheel off of Gale there. Bit of friendly fire coming into play here. I Love You's trying to pin both of them up in the corner. Gale is on control board hits and has now been knocked out. It's now just I Love You and Leslie. I Love You's gotten Leslie propped up on top of Gale. That's a little different. Knocked the spinner over already and is going to town on its weapon. I said, I Love You's pretty efficient at knocking out multiple multi-bots in one go. And it's looking like it's going to be more of the same here. 50-second knockout for I Love You. Now the Jigglypuffs are up 5-3. The Pulsars can still tie with a ring out, TKO, or get a win with a knockout in Super Heavies, but that could be a tall order. I've seen a couple of iterations of this fight in testing where the twins did come out on top, so unfortunate that's how this one goes on stream for the points, but playoffs might be different, who knows. And that's ultimately if these two end up fighting, because the Supernovas got relatively close to beating the Pulsars. They beat them at least 2 fights, but if they maximize points, it could have been closer. Now it is Super Heavyweight time. Alright, so Super Heavyweights, we have Hello World for the Jigglypuffs. It is a dual horizontal spinner, but it's known colloquially as a juggler. It has burst wedges out the front and slides underneath robots, grinds away with them at the disc while holding them with a wall, and does a lot of damage over time. One of the best ground games in the league. It's taking on 787B for the Pulsars. 4 or 5 or 6 rear hinge flippers coming out of the center. I can never remember how many. 4-wheel drive and can be pretty potent. It's one of the ring out leaders this season with 5. We'll see if its ground game is able to compete with Hello World. Hello World is not invertible, and I do not believe it can self-right if it gets upended. But that hasn't really been an issue this season. It seems like a bit of a coin flip fight. A lot of people going for 787B, just hoping the Pulsars have something here against this team, yeah. It's possible. Love to see if Jubilife is proven mortal. What do you got, Super Heavyweights? Opening collision, and 787B goes right up on top of Hello World, is caught in between the spinners, which has now been taken over to a grinder. It's not quite able to fire that weapon to get off. And Hello World is just holding it here. Hello World backs off, and 787B self-rights and is able to break the TKO count, but Hello World slides right underneath and puts it straight back to the grinder. Not sure the grinder's doing a whole lot of damage here as much as it's just Hello World spinners. Although there's smoke pouring out of the race car, and the race car is propped up on the grinder and is unable to move. Looks like this is going to be a TKO victory for Hello World. Indeed, 44 seconds. The race car did not quite have enough downforce to slide underneath Hello World, unfortunately. So that is going to be a 7-3 victory for the Jubilife here. Jubilife still reigning supreme over Division 1. That does confirm Jubilife and Pulsar for their seedings first and second. How did Jubilife pass the OP check? The robots were pretty beatable in testing. Like, it's more the combination that all of them are pretty high-end. Like, we didn't see Polybius go on the tear that it's been on at all. Like, it got its ass kicked a lot. I think most of it's just the way the divisions have been split. The robots that can beat it are in Division 3 and 4 instead. And, like, we tried balancing the divisions the best we could, but that didn't necessarily take into account individual robots being super good, unfortunately. So, we'll see, though. We've seen other teams compete pretty well against Jubilife. I think Levantine and Halifax tied them, so we could see more out of them, maybe. Now it is time to move to match number 8, the last match of the first half of this stream. It will be Heavy Metal Robotics out of Nashville taking on the Levantine Alliance out of Palestine. I think of two teams that got OP checked. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, when you build GTM ripoffs, this is what happens. Alright, so we are kicking off this lightweight matchup with Voidwalker for heavy metal. It is a tri-bar spinner with iron spike teeth on either end. It can be pretty destructive and has a lot of KOs to its name, but can flip over, knock it back over pretty easily. It's taking on VSSV for the Levantine Alliance. It is a vertical spinner with 4 iron spike teeth, long stabilizers out the front, and very exposed wheels, but we'll see what it does. It can still run inverted pretty easily and top rip stuff. We'll see. No, Core, it's honestly just knowing that there's nothing to stop the Pulsars with, or the Jigglypuffs with, really. Which, like, I get it, but we've seen teams beat them before. Like, we've seen a lot of teams that, like, actually, like, in testing, the Pulsars went on a fucking tear and didn't lose a single match. Like, I was really concerned they were going to be the Jigglypuffs in this sense, and they've lost to completely random teams I didn't expect. So, fortunately, Jubilife has prevailed in most of those, unfortunately. See which of these lightweights comes out on top. I'm really excited to see how this matchup goes. Both robots up to speed in a huge collision immediately. Both robots appear to be getting to each other's chassis. Voidwalker already got a stabilizer off VSSV, but it's already lost all of its teeth, actually. VSSV going right into those connectors, but VSSV stuck on its side. Now kind of getting to its top and back upright. Voidwalker still has that tri-bar to kind of swat away at VSSV, but it has now been removed. VSSV on control board hits now, and that is a 37-second knockout for VSSV. Very clean and efficient from the Alliance. And this does not bode well for a playoff match because both of these two are next to each other in the standings, 3rd and 4th seed. Looks like it's going to be a quick 3 points to Levantine when that happens. And now it's middleweight time. Alright, middleweight time. Heavy Metal Robotics has Immortal Corruptor for their middleweight. Giant fuck-off vertical spinning disc with iron spike teeth. Kind of resembles a Drizzle from the Beetleweight scene, although it's very unstable and doesn't have the greatest ground game. It's taking on Rosewater from the Alliance. It is a very unique weapon combination. Has 2 pure flipping rear hinge flippers in the front and a piston poking iron spike out of the middle. Has been deceptively good this season, one of the best point scorers for the Levantine Alliance. Fortunately, it has very little air power and very little battery power and a lot of exposed chassis and wheels. A lot of chat is going for Rosewater here. This will be interesting because Immortal Corruptor was able to defeat a very similar robot in Breach. Well, it technically lost the decision, but it almost beat Breach, I should say. Could be more of the same here. And we saw a similar robot in Siege defeat Rosewater, so... But most of the chat is on the Flipper's side. Can Heavy Metal get any points in this match? We'll see. Opening collision, and Rosewater misfired and ended up on top of Immortal Corruptor's wedges. One of the flippers is off because of that vertical spinner now. Although, Rosewater propped it up against the wall briefly, trying to get that motor with that iron spike. Pinning the spinner to the wall to keep it stopped as well. Immortal Corruptor's taking quite a lot of damage in the front there from that piston. Not quite able to defeat Rosewater so far. Although now that vert's kind of gotten into play. But Rosewater is taking it to the giant vertical spinner, keeping it pinned to the wall, keeping that vertical spinner stopped. been Rosewater's game, using the flippers to off-balance something. And just like that, it's gotten the vert off of Immortal Corruptor. Using that Iron Spike to do damage to it over time. But now they're in a bit of a pushing war. Both have very similar drive power. Immortal Corruptor got Rosewater pushed up against the wall. Rosewater keeps misfiring that singular flipper remaining, so it's not able to invert the, well, now rammer, as its vert is now gone. Immortal Corruptor's ended up under Rosewater again, but that piston is occasionally getting impacts on that chassis. Heavy Metal does not have much going on here. It does look like that piston is getting into the chassis of Immortal Corruptor even further. Completely caving it in at this point. Rosewater only has a minute left to seal this fight. I think the lack of air power that Rosewater has might start coming into play soon. That piston's not going to be firing as well, not going to be able to get control board shots as easily. Ooh, but Rosewater is able to slide to the side and the backside of Immortal Corruptor. Has gotten it propped up in the air now, removed a wedgelet, and briefly poked at the underside of it. Now Rosewater is slid underneath the Corruptor, hitting it back to the wall and trying to get that piston into play to get control board shots to end this fight. Control board shots, there they are. Piston is coming into play, but Rosewater doesn't have much time to get more, but Immortal Corruptor has fallen over trying to ram into it. Is propped up on top of Rosewater right now, who cannot hit it with the piston. But I'm not sure it's going to need to. Immortal Corruptor is getting counted out, but I'm not sure the count is going to come in time, as there's only a couple seconds remaining. It did! 179 seconds, and Rosewater got a TKO victory. The count came in just in the nick of time to give Rosewater more than 1 point. And that is very quickly 5 points to the Levantine Alliance. A lot of robots getting those last second wins this week, huh? Could be more that week we had the last second KO. Alright, heavyweight time. Heavy Metal has Vacuity for their heavyweight. Singular overhead Warpick style axe with very well armored pontoon wedges and wheel guards to the side. Usually has a propensity to take judges' decisions, but it's been a lot more destructive this season with the new and improved axe. Taking on Alamudamir from the Levantine Alliance. Overhead quad bar spinner, very similar to like Brutality and Perfect Phoenix and such from IRL combat. Has a propensity to take fights to the judges as well. Doesn't have a whole lot of battery power, and it's a little bit slow. We'll see which of these two comes out on top. A lot of people going for Vacuity. Helen pointing out Vacuity versus this season's Vacuity. Yeah, pretty much. If this fight does not go to the judges, I will be very slightly surprised. We'll see if Almudamir's weapon is high enough to get into Vacuity's chassis. I think it might be, so it might not be very long. They meet up on the logo. Almudamir's weapon is long enough to get in there, and it already took off Vacuity's axe when it misfired. Very poor firing decision from Vacuity there. Did not wait for a good hit, as it turns out, but Vacuity does have the ground game to stalemate with Almudamir, apparently. Well, that's different. Would not have expected that at the opening. As I mentioned, with Almudamir's relatively slow drive, it's not quite able to get... like, Vacuity has good enough drive to stalemate with it. It's actually gotten Almudamir pushed to the grinder. Bit of deformation in that right side. Can't really tell if Almudamir's bar is doing much. It's gotten a few hits on the corners of Vacuity's pontoons. but otherwise not a whole lot. Almudamer got a big hit on Vacuity's pontoons that time, but Vacuity is now slid underneath the wedge and is shoving Almudamer back to the wall. Those little razor tip spikes on the corners are doing a little bit. Ramplate has now come off of Vacuity's center. Both of them now have. That chassis is definitely opened up now. I'm not sure Almudamer's quite going to have the reach to get big hits in there. That right side pontoon doesn't look happy, but Vacuity is playing wedge. And notably, Vacuity has two razor tips pointing inwards to do damage when it's shoving robots here, so Almudamer is taking a little bit of grinding damage over time when it's getting shoved. There's a TKO count, and both robots appear to have broken it. Almudamer got a couple more hits on the pontoons, but Vacuity is back in control, shoving it around. Takes Almudamer to the wall in order to get its weapon stopped once more. Under a minute left. I'm not sure if Vacuity is going to be able to go the distance. That right side pontoon does not look very happy. Takes Almudamer to another grinder. Both the weapon and the chassis of Almudamer is taking a ton of damage right now. Vacuity just trying to stall to the judges, unsurprisingly. Another count gets broken. Meet up again. A couple more defensive bits coming off of Vacuity. Its pontoons are more looking like cliffs now. Probably getting close to control board hits, but it is stalemating with the front of Almudamer. They break the count one more time, and kind of stalemating with Vacuity shoving a little bit further. And it looks as though, even with a control board hit, it looks as though this is going to go to the judges. It will indeed. Vacuity just lasted long enough to take it to the judges. And I'm honestly not entirely sure how that's going to go. Because Vacuity got quite a lot of control and aggression in that, so that could really go either way. Either way, that has definitively sealed this match for Levantine. Because the best Heavy Metal could do is 4 points here, so looks an awful lot like Heavy Metal has zero chance in the playoffs, which is pretty unsurprising, to be honest. Alright, Super Heavyweights to end this match and end the first half of the stream. Heavy Metal has Aqua Dementia for their Super Heavyweight. 6 side-hinged spike strip flippers that pan outwards like this can be pretty destructive, but doesn't have much of a ground game as it turns out. Chassis Wedge is not doing a whole lot this season. Does have a bit of iron spikes on the side for defense, though. Taking on Androctonus from the Levantine Alliance. Dual side axe with many iron spikes and an overhead scorpion tail. Has a burst-mounted wedge and spikes in the front to prevent stuff like this, so looking an awful lot like Aqua Dementia is fucked. Although notably, Aqua Dementia does have the drive power, so if for any reason it gets to Androctonus' sides, it should be able to slide under there pretty quickly. If it actually does anything, well, it is Aqua Dementia after all. Pretty much everybody going for the Scorpion and Levantine. Well, even with the impending decision, Levantine could try to seal a shutout here. They meet right up, and Aqua Dementia slid underneath Androctonus on the opening charge and is going to town on the Scorpion. A lot of smoke pouring out of it already. Control board hits already. And that's an 11-second knockout for Aqua Dementia. Well, color me shocked. Okay. That should have been much more of a death sentence for Aqua Dementia than it ended up being. So, with that win, Levantine has at least 5 points. Heavy Metal has 3 with an impending decision, so Heavy Metal does indeed, or Levantine does indeed win the match, but somehow that's not a shutout. I don't know how that happened. I guess as it turns out, when it's a burst wedge, if it pops up in the air, you're just kind of fucked. Okay. Yeah, every time I've run this in testing, Aqua Dimension just goes right there, and Androcta just goes to town and kills it right away, so don't know what the fuck that was. Alright. So, that will conclude the first half of this stream, which means it is time to take our 10-minute break, if I can get out of the menus. As I said, we'll take a 10-minute break, go ahead and get water, get a snack, get a drink, whatever you need to do. I'm going to rest my voice and chill out, and we will kick off the second half of the stream for hopefully a couple better fights. Don't have very many Fight of the Week candidates from the first half so far, so a lot of highlights, but not a whole lot of great fights. So we'll be kicking off with the Mantines and the NYC Pride in the second half. So I will see you then, my friends. Alright, folks, it is time to resume the second half of the stream. See what other bullshit we get going on, because there was some interesting stuff going on in the first half, but relatively cut and dry. See if we get some more Fight of the Week candidates. We had a couple in there, but still relatively straightforward stuff. Mostly just teams solidifying their playoff spots. Can't really afford to put on spectacular shows when you need as many points as you can get. So, let's hop into it. Quora has water and another drink. Hey, me too. Thank you once again to our Patreon stream sponsors for sponsoring the streams and the crash page and everything that you can let us do. It is literally letting us keep the lights on and do what we do here. Cannot thank you all enough. We will be kicking off the second half of the stream with, not you, the Moscow Mantines. They will be taking on the NYC Pride. Are you sure about that, Razor? I may or may not be the Stig. You wouldn't know. You haven't seen me with a helmet on. Alright, good thing Captain Mantines here. He's just in time to watch Metallica for the Mantines. Two-wheel drive rammer with kind of a W set of iron spikes on the front. It is pretty destructive. It really fucks shit up, but it has run into a couple of robots that beat it in the ground game here and there. It's taking on Bicerabot for the NYC Pride. Rear hinge flipper with two spike strips. Not the most potent of flippers, and also can't self-right, and isn't very good, but there's a chance I could fuck with Metallica here. Notably, Metallica is invertible, though, so... Thank you, patrons, for letting me purchase Mysterious Blue. Tastes very blue. Mantine thinking he's going to lose to a flipper. That would be pretty funny. Metallica can be a little out of control at times, too. While it is speed metal, it can have some issues. Let's get into it, see what happens. Ooh, Metallica whiffed on the opening charge and it let Bicerabot flip it over. Well, as I said, Metallica is invertible and is having no problem shoving Bicerabot back into the wall. Now flip back upward. Drove into the grinder like an idiot. Okay, careful there. Bicerabot's flipped it over and put it back to a grinder. Metallica having a really odd time so far. It wants to kill them all, but it's going to have to kill Bicerabot first. Bicerabot just able to flip Metallica up and get it off balance a little bit. Not really doing damage, but it's giving it some issue. There's a big flip there. Bless you, Aaron. Now Metallica's kind of gotten to its side briefly. Metallica's taken a noticeable amount of damage, and I don't think Bicerabot really has yet. Ooh, another big flip from Bicerabot. Interesting that Metallica doesn't really have anything for Bicerabot here. Oh! We're going to have to take this to another platform, my friends. What are you doing, Captain Mantine? Oh my god, Metallica's actually stuck? Its wheels don't stick out far enough? Are you fucking kidding me? Okay. I was not prepared for that. This is somehow going to be an 88-second TKO for Bicerabot. What the fuck? Alright. That's... Well then. Who knew that Metallica was weak to bisexual pride? Not me. Okay. Well then. That's 2 points to the NYC Pride. And not to the heavyweight. Okay. Well, let's see if the middleweights give us anything different. I imagine they might. Not incredibly shocking, says Mantine. I beg to differ. Bicerabot has not been that great this season, and the fact that it got propped up in that manner was dumb. folks. Middleweight time. Mantines have Falcon Punch for their middleweight. Sit and Spinner with 8 Iron Fists all the way around the robot. Fairly well enclosed wheels. Has been a pretty efficient robot and pretty good scorer for the Mantines so far. It'll be taking on Panther for the NYC Pride, sporting the pansexual colors. 4-wheel drive, high-powered rammer with iron spikes and panther claws on either side. Can do a lot of damage and fuck shit up, but it has a tendency to miss on occasion, and those wheels are very exposed after all. Quite a few people going for the Falcon Punch. You know, honestly, since Rookie just showed up, I'm blaming her for Metallica's bullshit right there. The Nightvale weirdness has arrived, my friends. Most people think the Mantines are going to get back in the match here. Let's see what happens this time. Opening ramp from Panther didn't do a whole lot to Falcon Punch. He was just spinning away, showing him its moves. Although, Panther was able to prop Falcon Punch up and slide underneath it. Okay, weird. Panther Claws come off, and Iron Fist has come off of the Punch. Although now Panther's losing a wheel to that right side. Panther's got nothing for Falcon Punch's moves here. Constantly getting uppercutted. Control board hits now on Panther, and Falcon Punch gets a 37-second knockout to avenge Metallica's death. A lot of damage points. My goodness, that's a lot of points for a middleweight in 30 seconds. I believe Falcon Punch has one of the higher points totals in the middleweights this season, and that might be pretty close to it. Oh yeah, so it would be more of a hook cap. Sorry, I couldn't think of the term hook in my brain for a bit there. But now the Mantines lead 3-2 as we go to a very noteworthy heavyweight fight. Oh, it's time. And with that win, the Mantines are guaranteed to make the playoffs, so Cap's dream has come true, avenging last year's defeat. Could you, Liam, look up where Falcon's DPS is? Because I think that's going to really boost it up after that. Might be pretty high in the league, I'm not sure. Well, it's time for the heavyweights. The Mantines have 917 for their heavyweight. 4 rear hinge flipping spikes up in the middle, another Lamar-style flipper. Lots of exposed chassis and rear side, and it doesn't have a wedge at the back, so stuff can slide under it pretty easily. It's taking on the undefeated Transfusion for the NYC Pride, sporting the Pride colors back behind me here. Triple front hinge spike strip flipper with burst wedges, 4-wheel drive, and, well, it's undefeated. Unlike most undefeated robots, it isn't just bitch stomping everything in front of it. It has a lot of come from behind wins that are very fun to watch. So we could get another one here, or this could be the end of the streak. We'll find out. Falcon's DPS is now 90, says Liam. I want to say Cycloid was leading middleweight DPS for a bit, so Falcon Punch might be close. Oh, that's the highest in right now, Liam. Thank you. That was a big points day for Falcon Punch, individually. Chat seems pretty split between these two. How is Mrs. Psycho? She's still a bit sick. She got sick when they were over in the UK. But she is alive, breathing, waving her hands in my direction. You know how it is. Alright, Transfusion. Can you withstand the Lamar Flipper? Opening charge, and Transfusion gets popped right in the air immediately by 917. Flipped wildly through the air. Propped up on the wall. It's trying to self-right, but the Lamar Flipper's not letting it. Briefly had a Transfusion hat, but Transfusion is now underneath 917 and has flipped it over in kind. Propped up by the wall. Bats it away, and 917 gets back under it this time. A lot of damage being done to Transfusion's underside. You can see how caved in its chassis is right now. It's trying to self-right, but I think its snappers might have taken too much damage. 917's got it propped up against the grinder. Control board hits on both of them. Holy shit, who won? 917 died to the grinder. Holy shit. How did Transfusion pull that out? What? There's no way! I thought it was dead to rights! Was it the grinder or was it Transfusion firing downwards? Because it looked like 917 was partially in the grinder trying to get that kill. Oh no, I think it was Transfusion firing downwards, okay. 37 seconds, what the fuck, Transfusion? How do you do this? Sheesh. As I said about 917 not having very exposed armor. Well then. So that is now a 5-3 match lead for the Pride. And that is Fight of the Week list, no doubt, my friends. I'm sorry you had to witness that, Cap, but what the fuck? Oh boy. Transfusion had plot armor, you know? You're probably not wrong. That was fucking dumb. Mr. Circus doesn't think anything will top that this week. The week is still nigh, my friends. We have 7 more matches after this. Alright, Super Heavyweights to conclude this match. The Mantines have the Bolshevik Barracuda for their Super Heavyweight duel. Kind of curved overhead axis on a very large wedge-shaped robot. Lots of spikes and swords going out the side. Is 4-wheel drive, by the way. But it has a tendency to kind of wheelie and get stuff prop up on top of robots. It'll be taking on Friendly Fire for the NYC Pride, sporting the NB colors. Dual vertical spinner with iron spike teeth, burst mounted wedges, and ram plate at the very exposed wheels on either side. This could be interesting. Notably, though, the Mantines are fighting for number 1 seed right now. They're only after today, they're only 4 points ahead of Circus, so it's not bode too well for them. Although the Circus does have a kind of tough opponent later. Most people going for Friendly Fire, though, so can the Mantines come back and win this match? Or will Pride somehow reign supreme? Opening impact. Immediately, Friendly Fire lost one of its verts to the axis of the Barracuda, but Friendly Fire inverted it briefly. It's gotten down and is trying. Friendly Fire is trying to get through to it, but not really getting many hits. It's now gotten to the left side and going for the wheel, and Barracuda's propped up against the wall. Now been able to fall over to try to self-right, but Friendly Fire is put it right back up there, trying to get off of there. But it looks as though this is going to be a TKO victory for Friendly Fire. 47 seconds. Well then. As it turns out, the Communists are weak to Pride. Why did it keep firing so early? I'm guessing it was the vert being so far ahead that it just got it in the smart zone and fired right away. Because the smart zone is on top of its wedge, so it wouldn't fire until it's up there, so I'm guessing it's the vert that did that. Stream buffered. Yeah, the stream did indeed buffer. I see that there, but we should be back now. I did get the fight time, so that's no problem. Sorry about that, Cap, but you did get a win at least for your boy Falcon Punch. I need to send you my updated DSL version of it, because I made it a little bit better. Alright. Match number 10. Razor259, my friend. It is your time, because we have the Perth Hellrazers entering the arena. They will be taking on Team Permanganate. Hey, buddy, why don't you come over here and watch front and center? So as you can see, we have a little model of Permanganate's lightweight right here. Alright, so the Hellrazers have Stone Imp for their lightweight. Vertical spinner with 4 razor-tipped teeth on there, propped up with a bracket wedge at an angle. It is one of the best lightweights this season, KOs the shit out of just about everything, and has been fantastic for the Hellrazers. Team Permanganate has Chloe the Crustacean for their lightweight. Dual side axe robot with a pointy tip spike in their very compact little side axe robot. Beats the shit out of everything, by far the highest point score for Team Permanganate. A Doom monster up against little Chloe here. Don't really have anywhere to prop it up at, but will you hang out up here maybe? Inside the maw that is damaged? That's gonna fall in Soupy, I'm not doing that. There's just enough damage there for this thing to fall in there. Oh well. I do love the replica you made, Me57, it's fantastic. Chat seems relatively split between these two so far. A couple people thinking the put on my head? How well will it rest up there is the only thing, because I don't want it to fall off. Yeah, it kind of does, but like I don't want it to fall and break, so it'll be fine. It can be on Ka's head instead. Alright, chat seems pretty split between these two, so let's see what happens here. Both very destructive lightweights. They meet by the logo. Big hits immediately from Stone Imp. Chloe's going to town on that bracket wedge, trying to get it off right away. It's kind of getting into the chassis of the Imp, but that vertical spinner is kind of repelling it. That bracket wedge is now off, but Stone Imp can still pretty much run, even with the spinner dragging on the floor like this. Chloe's trying to break that motor off as easily as it can. It's gotten hits on the motor now, but Chloe's front end is being absolutely caved in right now. Back off briefly, and both meet back up. Both of them are pouring smoke. Stone Imp trying to get that weapon up to speed. Trying to get those control board hits on Chloe. Chloe cannot quite reach the chassis of Stone Imp right now. Control board hits on the crab, but it's gotten the weapon motor off of Stone Imp. Now Chloe's able to get into the chassis of it, but Chloe is absolutely pouring smoke right now. Doesn't have very good range with those short side axes either. But has gotten the Imp over to a corner grinder zone. That extender just went to space randomly. Stone Imp, I believe, briefly touched the grinder, but oh, there's control board that's now on Stone Imp. Both of these two on their last legs. Chloe is very heavily damaged and does not have a lot of battery power. I'm not sure if it's going to be able to get many big hits. It's going to have to go in for a ram. Stone Imp fell on its face. Ooh, but it came down luckily, but Chloe rammed in for the knockout in 106 seconds. That was one hell of a fight between those two, I will say. And that is 3 points for Permanganate. And that's also probably going on the Fight of the Week list. At least on the list. It's actually going to be a really interesting vote this time. Because the Fight of the Week votes go very randomly, like, oh, it's always, this fight's got it, like, no chance, best fight of the stream, and then it doesn't win at all. So, we have a couple big ones in here. Transfusion's fight is pretty good. The winless duel was pretty good, honestly, and people might vote that one for the memes. That was honestly a pretty good fight. I'm going to put it on the list at least. Alright. Middleweight time. The Hellrazers have Marauder for their middleweight. Tri-bar spiked club spinner, horizontal spinner, propped up a little bit on the floor, but still classified as a horizontal spinner. Has been finding every possible way to get TKO'd this season, partially due to its large wheels and lack of drive power. It's taking on Quasar for Team Permanganate. Vertical spinning drum of sorts using Bushido swords. Very wide and long fork wedges out the side. Very good at using its drive power to corral robots and throw them around, so... What do we think here, chat? lot of people going for Quasar purely because Marauder has been not having a good time. But to its credit, Marauder has a 100% ring out win method, so it's not bad. No other robot can boast that. People think because Stanley broke its streak, Marauder might. Well, let's see if Marauder has a chance here. Depends on which direction it spins. It spins in the direction of Quasar's weapon motor. Already got a hit to the side of Quasar. But the drum spinner's already propped Marauder up in the air and is going to town. Marauder just kind of chilling back there briefly, but Quasar very quickly sneaks around behind it once more. Shoves Marauder into the grinder and propped up on top of it. That weapon motor not having a good time. A wheel is already off of Marauder. Some of the defensive work of Marauder already coming off, and there goes the weapon motor as I say that. Quasar very efficient as a rotary drum lifter thing. And physics has dragged Quasar to hell. Alright, well that's one way to force a restart, Razor. I see how it's working. You cannot beat Marauder. Not allowed. Restart. Ooh, Marauder immediately got a hit on the weapon motor of Quasar. It hit just high enough, but it's now sitting on top of the drum spinner. Quasar drove itself into the wall. It can't really get away because of how wide its wheelbase is. Dueling weapons briefly. Marauder is now flipped over. It can sort of, kind of, not really move with that tri-bar. Oh, it's now been propped back upright courtesy of Quasar. Marauder trying to get down. Quasar still trying to face it, but it's lost its drum. Marauder's weapon hit just high enough to get through Quasar, so now Quasar's just a very forky box. So even though that Marauder now has the weapon power advantage, it does not have the drive or wedge advantage over Quasar. Quasar can be very damaging and very just controlling and good in this orientation. It's able to use those spike strips to get some of the weapon guards off of Marauder. Might be able to get that Iron Spike weapon guard. Oh, I say that it's already been ripped off. Marauder's going to town on the drum spinner. Casting aside the debris. Trying to cast aside Quasar's armor. Look at how deformed the Quasar's looking right now. Not looking too hot. Marauder is propped up in the air, though. It's not going to have a good time, but it's propped up again. Control board hits in a wheel off of Quasar now. Marauder's just kind of pinning it there. Quasar was able to break the count. Another control board hit. Smoke pouring out of Marauder's weapon, but it has gotten a knockout in 97 seconds. It has happened. The streak is over. Marauder can actually win fights on its own. Who knew? As I was about to say something, Logan, I blame Rookie. You know what? You're not wrong. So that, Marauder's first kind of legitimate victory has tied the match 3-3. I say legitimate because Marauder's first victory in week 1 was a sludge fest because of Panther being dumb. So Marauder has earned its victory this time. And yes, Nightmare's going to say, it wins as the demons interfere to restart that. Oh, that's so curt. That's so funny that it got dragged into the floor and then restarted and won, too. That's so good. Alright, heavyweights to break this tie. Hellrazers have Revenant for their heavyweight. Dual overhead kind of raptor claw overhead axes. 2 kind of claws to corral robots in front of it, but it does not have a ground game for the most part. It's taking on Roadman for Team Permanganate. 4 saw spinners up in the front of this robot. Very long forks coming out the front and a very sloped chassis in the back. Kind of a ramp almost. It can be kind of fun. What does chat think is going to happen between these two? This could be a very stalematey matchup, I think. Quite a few people already going for Roadman. Saw spinners getting a bit of luck here. I mean, I will say, even though it went to a decision, the only other saw spinner we've seen, Network, fared pretty decently in its fight. How many wins does Revenant have? Liam, could you bring that up for me? I think it's only 3 or 4, maybe? It's gotten a couple of good ones recently, but still somewhat underperforming. Revenant is 3. Thank you, Liam. Alright, well, chat thinks Roadman's gonna win this one, so we'll see if Revenant could prove him wrong, maybe. Ooh, but Roadman slides right under Revenant as it slides up on top of it. Revenant trying to go in for those motors, but it keeps misfiring and sliding on top of the saws. And now it's gotten to the side of Roadman, got a big hit on it already. But the Doom monster is getting carved up from underneath by these saws. Already a big fire inside of Revenant. Probably unsurprising considering it's a Hellraiser, but you know. Both robots break the pin they were under briefly. Looks like that smoke might actually be coming from the weapon motors of Marauder, so it can't fire as easily now. Revenant, sorry, I get them confused. Revenant's trying to slide to the side of Roadman, but it's not quite working out. Although it's gotten Roadman caught to the wall, and it's now able to fire at it. Those Raptor Claws can barely move, but they are getting some damage. Roadman's down a wheel, being pinned in the corner like this. Revenant breaks the pin and goes right back in and on top of Roadman. Fortunately, with Marauder Revenant sitting here, it might be a pin if Roadman can't get out of here. It doesn't look like it can. Yep, that's going to be a pin, unfortunately, because Roadman still has a wheel. Take number 2. Another big collision. Roadman slides right underneath Revenant. Who needs a wedge when you have vertical spinning saws, right? Now Marauder's just kind of taking a nap on top of Roadman. Drives off like it's a ramp, but Roadman slides right underneath it again. Interesting fight so far. Ooh, Revenant tried getting off and lost a claw to the grinder doing so, but it's gotten kind of underneath Roadman and is going to town with those Raptor Claws now. Although one of them broke off on the saws. Both of them broke off on the saws. Never mind. I thought it was doing a lot of damage. It really wasn't. Now Roadman is just carving away with these saws. Slides underneath Revenant once more. Has it propped up against the grinder. There is some rear protection on Revenant to prevent it from taking grinder damage. And now Roadman is driven into the grinder. Lost a saw. Not lose any wheels. Both 2 saws are off of it now. Tell a lie. That ramp plate has now come off of Revenant and trying to stalemate with Roadman, but those Roadman forks are pretty good. We are just about halfway through. Both of these two absolutely dueling with their weapons. Revenant's back up into the grinder. I believe that rear protection is still there, but yeah, Revenant still does have its rear protection helping it. Roadman is slid underneath it once more. At this point, I think the Hellraiser's best bet is just try to stalemate this to a decision, not let up too many points. Because it's very hard for saw spinners to get knockouts, and Revenant has at least protection to protect from the grinders for a bit. 50 seconds remain between these two. Both of them are pouring smoke. There's a lot more damage coming in from those saws now that Revenant is propped up on those forks. Revenant's trying to break a pin, and it did just. Both of these two stalemating for the most part. Although Roadman has gotten to the side of Revenant, it might be able to clip that wheel. It has now. Revenant is down to only 1 wheel. But I'm not sure Roadman is going to be able to finish this off before we reach the judges. And to the judges we go. Roadman very expertly used its saw blades and its wedging to just control that fight. We will see when we meet with the judges which of those two ends up winning out. So effectively, this match is still basically tied because that point is still up in the air. But we can have the super heavyweights solve that problem for us. Oh boy. Permanganate needs a point desperately. Yeah, Permanganate really needs some more points. 3's great and all, but they could really use some more here. These fights have been pretty close. If this super heavyweight fight delivers, I can put it on the match of the week list. See what happens. Alright, super heavyweights ending this match for us. The Hellrazers have Baron of Hell for their super heavyweight. 6-wheel drive, technically a rear hinge flipper with a singular spike, but it's effectively a Gladiator from classic BattleBots with the horns, just using it to run in and KO the shit out of stuff. It's taking on Team Permanganate's namesake, Permanganate. Overhead Raptor Claw with lots of ram plates and defensive features in the front. Very long forks going out the front as well. Also has 4-wheel drive and pretty good drive power and can self-right. Pretty efficient robot. Logan thinks that Baron might get stuck on stuff again. Yeah, Baron of Hell does not have very much ground clearance. It's gotten high-centered on debris quite a few times. Typically its own horns when they come off, which is pretty funny. But most of chat seems to be going for the Chemist in this one. Let's see who breaks the stalemate and wins this match, shall we? Opening charge, and I can't really tell which one of these two won the ground game. It looks like Baron of Hell did, but Permanganate was still able to fire the Raptor Claw and broke off both of the horns from Baron of Hell already. Now that Raptor Claw is going to town on the Baron, Permanganate's underneath and wailing away at where that spike strip is located. Control board hits, and a very efficient 29-second knockout for Permanganate. It pinned the Baron of Hell to the wall and wailed on it while it could. So, with that knockout, that is 6 points to Team Permanganate. The Hellrazers have at least 3 with an impending decision in there. Permanganate has definitively won the match. It does not bode well for these two teams at the bottom of the standings either. I think Permanganate still has an outside shot of making the playoffs, but I think that might have been the Hellrazers done. But what's not done is this stream, as we now move to match number 11. It's going to be the C4 Circus taking on Sinister Creations. I've been looking forward to this match for a while. Ugh. Quora, mutually assured destruction. Alright. Kicking off the lightweights with Clown Car for the C4 Circus. 4-wheel drive rammer with 2 iron spike and a ram plate over top. It's like a stick of butter, very narrow looking robot. Has a couple issues running inverted, but is generally just that it's so narrow that it can't really do a whole lot. Sinister Creations has Cavity Search for their lightweight. A very low slung kind of fork-shaped style chassis with a giant drill stuck on top of it. It's, I believe from what Liam said, is won the most decisions this season. Not really able to finish off opponents when it does a lot of damage, but it can rain damage down if it gets the right geometry with the robots. This is going to be a weird one. of people going for Clown Car, thinking it's going to break the drill off Cavity Search. It's very possible. Cavity Search can kind of run inverted, but that drill motor drags on the floor. I don't know why, but I've somehow gotten a bit attached to Cavity Search this season. Even though, like, it's not very impressive or anything, like, it's just unique to me in some way. I don't know why. Let's get this matchup going. This could be a potential playoff match as well. Both teams are doing very well. Clown Car slides right over Cavity Search and flips over, but both robots fell over instead. Cavity Search is trying to get that drill into the side of the Clown Car. It's not having the greatest of times. Big ram from Clown Car right on the disc. I'm not sure if it's quite getting into the weapon motor or not, but it's getting close. Especially since now Clown Car's flipped over, those spikes hit a little bit higher. At least one big hit on Cavity Search's chassis. Another big hit that time. Now it's using those iron spikes to shove Cavity Search back. Okay. Cavity Search used Clown Car to right itself and is now snuck to the side of the massively long rammer. Another big hit there. Clown Car trying to back up for another big ram, but Cavity Search is closing the distance very efficiently. Starting to get some chassis hits on those corners. Clown Car has slid underneath the drill and just shoved Cavity Search back, like shoving somebody back by their throat. That was insane. Oh my god, but Cavity Search's drill came off as one of Clown Car's spikes came off too. Okay then. So now this is a ramming battle. Clown Car still has a spike and a ram plate in order to do a little bit of damage. Cavity Search is just a box that's now on control board hits. A second one right there. Is Clown Car able to finish it off? It's knocked Cavity Search back. Trying to coax it over to the grinder. Cavity Search isn't quite able to get back up without that drill on there. I'm not sure Clown Car has enough battery power to actually line up a ram now. Although now with Cavity Search back up, it can get close. And just like that, Clown Car has knocked it out in 117 seconds. Going right down the, going right for the throat of Cavity Search right there. And that is, astonishingly, 3 points to the Circus. Weird. Does not happen very often. Highlight fights as Zester. Sure, why not? I'll throw it on there. Time to bully Cavity Search. You know what? Go for it. I don't give a shit. I like the thing, but go for it. But now it's the time for the middleweights to do their part. The Circus has Noise Bomb for their middleweight. Very interesting weapon combination. 2 rear hinge spike strip flippers on either side and 2 front hinge Bushido swords out of the middle. Can be pretty effective at throwing robots a long distance, but sometimes struggles with the ground game and having exposed chassis. It's taking on Cycloid from Sinister Creations. Dual Warpick style axes with some iron spikes and ram plates over top. Doesn't have any ground game even though it is invertible. Doesn't look too hot for Sinister. Quick double check of the standings. Sinister is 7 points ahead of No Beanie Robotics in the lead of Division 3. And even though No Beanie's taken on a pretty tough opponent this week, I feel like this might be how we get a new leader in Division 3. Can you juggle a Cycloid? Well, Quora is about to find out. Let's see what happens. Huge opening impact from Noise Bomb. Almost yeets Cycloid straight out of the arena. Has it stuck on top of the wall. Cycloid's trying to get back down. It kind of has. Noise Bomb is keeping it off balance. Cycloid's gotten a couple hits on the chassis of Noise Bomb. It's now underneath it. I'm not sure it has the reach to really do anything from this position. I think Noise Bomb might actually be propped up off the floor briefly. Oh, no, they broke it. Gonna meet right back up. A couple more big hits from Noise Bomb. Things are coming off, and I don't know where. Cycloid lost a side axe and is smoking heavily. There goes the other side axe as I say that. Noise Bomb is just trying to put this thing down. Cycloid trying to play rammer. Cycloid bounced on top of the grinder and lost a wheel due to the wheel physics. A ram plate is now off of the side axe that has no axes. Noise Bomb is now down a Bushido sword. Couple more hits and control board hits on Cycloid. Another one there. And that is the knockout in 71 seconds for the Circus. The Circus have, what is this, 6 knockouts in a row at least? They have a massive late season surge here to get back in the division, huh? Well, if they have 6 points, the Circus can no longer lose. And it's now time for what I've been looking forward to for a while. There will be nothing but death here. I hope. This goes to the judges, so help me. Launch both robots into the sun now. Alright, kicking off the heavyweights, the Circus have Random Acts of Violence for their heavyweight. 4 side-axed robots with spike strips and iron spikes, and an undercutting saw blade spinner. Weird weapon combination, but it works. It has the most highest DPS and most damage points in the heavyweights by a couple of miles. It's taking on Omnipresence from Sinister Creations. Sit and spin flail thwackbot with iron spike flails in either corner, and some ramming spikes in the front and rear. This could be interesting. Also, with this win, C4 Circus have guaranteed to make the playoffs and now have the Division 4 lead. This could be rather ridiculous. A lot of people going for RAV, a couple for Omnipresence. As the builder of Omnipresence, I am quietly confident that those large mud tires might come off of RAV, but we shall see. Yeah, Cora saying it matches up badly against it, but this is mostly going to be about maximizing points here, because it's hard for sit and spinners to go in for the kill. So if RAV gets away and only gets TKO'd or goes to a decision, Sinister loses. So let's find out what happens, shall we? Well, you got Axe of Death. Immediately, Random Acts of Violence caught a couple of flails. Physics is trying to misbehave. It's very much misbehaving now. Hasn't been too bad. RV was able to get it stopped briefly, but it's taking some hits to the side. Ooh, it caught a wheel on Omnipresence. Keeping it stopped with the flails there. And now it's absolutely caving in Omnipresence now that it can't get up to speed. Both of the wheels off and all of the flails off at once. Physics is trying to throw a fit, but that was still also okay. Didn't influence the outcome of the fight. And the Circus is having some fun. RAV absolutely caving in the wheelless and weaponless and now dead Omnipresence. 53 seconds. That'll add to its damage totals. And the Circus are on perfect shutout watch. So that's one of the fights I've run a lot in testing, and I've seen RAV gets ass kicked many times from that, so that's pretty funny. We're just able to get it stopped with that static spike and wail on its wheels, so that was convenient. Alright, now we go to the Super Heavies to end this match. Circus looking to get another perfect score, which hasn't happened before. We've had quite a few perfect shutouts in the league's history. No team has done it twice, and no team has done it twice in a row. And Circus is going to try to go for it right here in the Super Heavyweights. They have Freak Show for their Super Heavyweight. It is a piston drill spinner. Spike clubs on a drill that shoot out straight through the robot. Very well armored and large wedges in the front. More so to control robots, get them up on top of the robot, and grind away with it over time. We'll be taking on Eldritch Horror from Sinister Creations. It is one of our 2 robots that has 3 weapon types. Rear hinge, side hinge, and front hinge flippers. It's like a bear trap going up like this. Fortunately, only 2 of the spikes stick out the front, and it tends to misfire a lot, so this could be bad. This is going to make next week very bad for Sinister, I think. Everybody going for Freak Show here. I only want Sinister to win here, so I want to see a team stay in first throughout the entire season just for fun. So I would like to see Eldritch win here, but I'm fully expecting the Circus to get another perfect shutout. How is this match going to end? Eldritch popped right up on top of Freak Show and is getting poked with that drill, although it is able to shove Freak Show back to the grinder, and it already got the left rear wheel off, and it's now underneath Freak Show, going to town with those many flipping spikes, eating at its underside. There's a big hit there. Smoke billowing out of Freak Show right now, although Eldritch has mistimed it and ended up to its side now. Cthulhu is trying to slide under the anime girl robot, but was unable to do so. Had to break a pin, slides right underneath with its drive power, got another wheel off of Freak Show. Although they've lined up again. Doesn't look like Freak Show's able to get under Eldritch. That's kind of interesting. Although now it's kind of gotten underneath it. Eldritch has lost at least one of those rear hinge flippers, and it's now on top of the piston drill. Freak Show's trying to break a count. The count was broken, but that also allowed Eldritch to slide underneath the piston drill once more. Freak Show not quite doing Tantrum proud so far. Eldritch is trying to finish it off, get some points for Sinister here. We are about halfway through now. Freak Show is taking a lot of damage, is having a really bad time here. Although Eldritch misfired again. Freak Show is in the grinder, but it is grinding away at the front of Eldritch Horror. Smoke billowing out of the flipper. Control board hits on it. And Eldritch Horror has gotten knocked out trying to pin Freak Show into the grinder. 107 seconds, and the Circus have consecutive perfect weeks. That is interesting. This is what happens when you have a chassis wedge that has no armor on it. You suck. So that is 8 consecutive knockouts for the Circus, which has definitely not happened before. Well then. And I am willing to put that on the Fight of the Week list, because that was a pretty decent back and forth, actually. Cora has no words. You know, it's Sinister. What the fuck did you expect? It's one of my teams. Like, no shit Cavity Search is going to fall over. No shit Omnipresence is going to fail the one time it's on camera. No shit Eldritch is an idiot. Like, it's one of my teams. Come on now. To be fair, I only expected to win one fight in that match, so not too far off, I guess. Alright, match number 12, my friends. We are moving to Rotterdam for the Rotterdam Invaders. They'll be entering with their space aliens, and they will be taking on the lads. Oh, we have a European matchup here. That's kind of neat. Alright, so the Rotterdam Invaders have Kang for their lightweight. Dual Warpick style side axe robot. Very compact, narrow robot. One of the higher DPSs out of lightweights, but very exposed chassis nonetheless. It's taking on 1 o'clock for the lads. Undercutting horizontal spinner with 3 razor tips on there. Can be pretty damaging when it's up to speed, but when you get it stopped, it's not great. It is currently 1:36 here where I am, so 1 o'clock might have the time advantage to its name. I also have to look up, Liam, if you can check. What team has had the most perfect shutouts against them? Because I know that's the second for Sinister now. So the Circus is on 10 consecutive knockouts. That's definitely not happened before. Fucking clown car knocking out things, huh? Although, I mean, it is... I think it was Tut Tut and Cavity Search, so not surprising. Or was that Powerhouse last week? I don't remember. Most people going for Kang thus far. Let's see if the side axe robot can take out the spinner. 1 o'clock is up to speed and immediately gets to the side of Kang. Going to town at the side axes. Already ripped the right side axe. Both axes are now off of Kang. Even though Kang is weaponless, the axe was briefly holding 1 o'clock at bay. And somehow Kang is small enough to fit in the gaps of the tri-bar, so now we have a microwave fight. Huh? Okay, they broke it, thankfully, but what the fuck was that? Kang is now on control board as 1 o'clock is able to get up to speed and get a 37-second knockout. Botbuster will be most pleased with that result. And that is very quickly 3 points to the lads. It's now time for some middleweight chaos. That's a hyper bike grab. Yeah, it was on high power that time. First time we've seen a bot used as an entanglement device. There's probably been an occurrence where somebody had a mini bot jammed in a weapon. Probably, I don't know. Last week was Geohash's core. Yeah, that makes a bit more sense, yeah. Alright, middleweight's kicking off here. Rotterdam Invaders have sleeve 1, exclamation point, question mark. Another asymmetric overhead spinner, but this one has several spikes for the teeth on one side and 2 sledgehammer counterweights on the other. Doesn't spin quite the fastest, but it can be pretty fast and aggressive when it loses its weapon and be a good wedge. It's taking on shock therapy for the lads. Triple piston poker with a rack of razor tips and swords off to the side. Can do quite a lot of damage at once, but its weapon is very fragile. I think Sinister might be the first team to have 2 perfect shutouts against them now that I'm looking at the stuff. Because like I don't have a markdown who's had a perfect shutout against them, but I know most of them off the top of my head. Do we know who the Rebels had the perfect shutout against? Is the only thing. Because I know Heavy Metal did it against Angry Penguin. The Mantines were Sinister. No Beanie was Powerhouse, I want to say. And the Warbears was Anthracite. So... Actually, you know which one the Rebels were against. And I guess, well, the Wanderers was also Angry Penguin, I want to say, so never mind. It's been a couple then. Most people seem to be going for sleeve here, so... We'll see if the Invaders can potentially push for their playoff spot or keep it. Big opening charge from Shock Therapy has upended sleeve, already flipped it over. Taking off part of the work on it. Trying to keep the overhead spinner pressed up against the wall like this and just go to town, although some of the spikes are coming off of Shock Therapy now. Both robots kind of dueling weapons. That right side corner shock therapy not looking good, but neither is Sleeve's control board, which has been destroyed in 28 seconds. Thank you, physics. That was funny. That was a very destructive 28-second fight, I will say. And just like that, the lads have 6 points and can no longer lose the match. I'm just rewatching the physics because it was funny. Oh yeah, good, nice double backflip from shock therapy right there. Now it's the heavyweight's turn. Not you, not you. You. Armchair Engineers received 2 perfect shots last season. Oh, okay. That sounds about right, actually. And Angry Penguin. Okay. So I think Angry Penguin's had it 3 times then. Okay. Unlucky. So, heavyweights is going to be a toss-up here. The Invaders have Pathfinder for their heavyweight. Dual Bushido Sword front hinge flippers that come out from the center, and 2 grinding discs on either side. They do a little bit of damage here and there, but are mostly just aesthetics that look pretty cool. The lads have Tukachad for their heavyweight. Dual rear hinge flipper, kind of pure flippers. They have like some spike strip, but not a whole lot of spikes on them. But lots of armor on the top to damage robots when they land back down on top of it. This could be fun. A lot of people going for the Chad. The Chad from the Czech Republic. Probably how Nabi identifies himself. Half of Angry Penguin's losses are shutouts. Yeesh. That's what happens when the robots are armored with something other than DSA, I guess. Unfortunate. Alright, let's get this heavyweight matchup going. The Invaders need 2 knockouts to tie the match. Can it do it with Pathfinder? Pathfinder's won the ground game and is shoving Tukachad back, not firing the Bushido swords because it's a lot further back. Now it has. Shoving the Chad back, flipping it over. Tukachad can mostly self-right, but Pathfinder has put it straight over the arena for an 18-second TKO victory. That will unfortunately lose the Invaders the match, but that was still a pretty cinematic toss nonetheless. Well then, that's interesting. I would not have expected Pathfinder to be the one to get a ring out there. That was interesting. Now we're on to the Super Heavies, which could be deadly or glorious. We'll find out. Alright, concluding this match. The Invaders have Boolean for their Super Heavyweight. It is a piston flipper, but unlike Event Horizon, instead of having flipping arms that go straight up, it has a series of ram plates that go up at an angle. Has 4 or 5 ringouts on the season. It has been indescribably good for having static wedges and a relatively non-damaging weapon. It's taking on Rhino from the lads. 2 very long overhead axes that come out and hit you from afar, long wedges to get you stranded, and some snowplows to block you. KOs the shit out of things very quickly when it gets under them, but when it doesn't have a good time. A lot of people thought early in the season Rhino was going to be one of the most overpowered robots in the league, and it's not by a mile. He lost to the Eldritch Horror, for Christ's sake. Most people going for Rhino here. Somewhat unsurprising, I would say. Invaders just trying to get some points to maintain their playoff position right now. I think they're pretty comfortably in 4th, but you never know, teams are going to have a big week. Rhino slid right underneath Boolean, who's trying to fire the pistons to disrupt those axes. I don't know if it's quite getting into play, though. 2 of them have already come off. 1 of the axes is already off of Rhino, though. Both axes are off of Rhino. All right, then. Boolean, one of the few robots that can actually reach up there and take those axes off. And it's now got Rhino propped up in the air. Okay. This is a little different. I'd not recommend having Rhino hats, kids, although Rhino still has incredibly good wedgelets to slide underneath the very large Boolean. Just ramming underneath, getting Boolean off balance as much as possible. Trying to shove it over to a grinder, but to no avail. Boolean does not have much for Rhino's grounding. It's now propped up on some debris. One of its flipping arms that came off, but Rhino freed it very graciously. Rhino's doing a really good job of not letting Boolean get fully settled on the floor so it can match up with it evenly. As I say that, they do that. Rhino's been propped up in the air again. Boolean's trying to fire it over the wall with the pistons. But it only has 2 of the pistons up in play and not a whole lot of the panels left, so it's not doing a whole lot. Although Rhino is now flipped over up against the wall, it's not able to self-right, so if Boolean leaves it alone, this will be a TKO. Rhino's got it propped up. Or Boolean's got it propped up, I should say. It backs off, and Rhino is stuck, perched up in the air, and is going to get TKO'd staring at the ceiling. Well, okay then. That's one way to win a fight, my friend. TKO victory for Boolean. Ends up getting 2 points in the end anyway. So for everybody who thought Rhino was super overpowered, it just lost to a robot with static wedges and a piston flipper that doesn't do a lot of damage. Unfortunate. That is still, though, a 6-4 win for the lads. Hope maybe boosting their playoff hopes a little bit. I think they're in 5th or 6th right now. But they need a much bigger points week next week to potentially get it. And now it is time for unlucky match number 13. It's so unlucky that as soon as I said those words, the game crashed. God damn it, game. Ugh! Alright, well, thank you, stream sponsors, for sponsoring our crash pages in these trying times. Your support knows no bounds, keeping the lights and internet on and letting us do what we do, letting us get mysterious beverages to keep us going. Thank you very much, as always. The lads are now tied with Sanctuary. Ooh, well. Sanctuary's going to need a big points day then. Well, a points day, I suppose. Speaking of Team Sanctuary, they are a part of unlucky match number 13. And they will be taking on Powerhouse Robotics. Alright, my friends, kicking off the lightweights, we have Excavator for Team Sanctuary. Overhead Crusher-style axe weapon. Very narrow wedge with long wheel guards out the side. Basic aluminum armor, but I think it's going to quite matter as much. Taking on Impact V6 from Powerhouse. 4-wheel drive rammer with 2 razor tips in the front. Because of how large it is, it only has plastic armor, unfortunately. But it can be sneaky good here and there. It can be a good wedge when it gets underneath stuff. Nightmare 27, the owner of Team Sanctuary, expecting a slaughter here and apologizes to Liam immediately. Well, we'll find out. Some of these matches could be weird. Pretty much everybody going for the Crusher. Well, let's see if the Crusher can take advantage of that plastic armor. Impact bounced on the opening charge right into the Crusher's jaws. Excavator is going to town, biting all the way through that plastic armor. Control board hit already. Second, and right there's a third for a 14-second knockout. And that plastic armor showing you how weak it is. Under 1,000 points for a knockout. Alright, well, Team Sanctuary is no longer tied with the lads. Excavator, thankfully not boring us with an incredibly cringy fight. Now it's time for the middleweights to do their portion. This could be interesting, maybe. Alright, kicking off the middleweights, we have RRL for Team Sanctuary. 4 rear hinge flipping spike strips in the middle. One of the best middleweights this season, currently 12-1. Only lost a nail biter of a fight, but been crushing everything else in its way. It's taken on Side Strike for Powerhouse Robotics. A dual side axe, very long side axes that come out like this. Snowplow in the front to play as both a ground game and some armor. It's been sneakily good at going for weak spots on robots. Stalemates with that wedge and just kind of kills them in from the side. We've seen Side Strike take on robots like this and stalemate with that plow and kill them with the axes, so who knows? Chloe is really rooting for the side axe robots right now. Chat seems kind of split between the two. Of course, saying watch this be a repeat of Noise Bomb. It's very possible. Oh, see, Sanctuary's up in the match. Can they get some more points, or can Liam play spoiler? Side Strike goes right up the front of RRL and is getting tossed through the air repeatedly. RRL is also now to the backside of Side Strike, who, because of how large it is, not able to turn around very easily. Although RRL has now mistimed its flippers, and those side axes of Side Strike can kind of get into play, though it is once again slid underneath Side Strike. One of the side axes is now off, smoke billowing out of Side Strike right now. Another big toss from RRL. Side Strike is once again pushed into a grinder, loses its right side wheel and its right side side axe, I believe. RRL is going for the kill here. Just trying to get that knockout. Side Strike is trying to get out of the corner, but RRL is definitely getting in its way, although it did break the count in the end. Another flip from RRL, and Physics has really been trying to be a dick here with that wheel stuck in there. Actually, that's going to necessitate a restart, unfortunately, because the axe on the side axe broke, so that did influence the outcome because Side Strike would be able to fire right here, so we will have to restart. Because like I saw the wheel get jammed in there, but it wasn't doing anything, so I was like, okay. But that's unfortunately going to be a restart. Take number 2, and this time Side Strike met up with RRL perfectly in the middle and is wailing on RRL, who cannot get underneath it right now. Even with it pinned to the wall, Side Strike is using those side axes to its advantage. Got a wheel off of the flipper already. Those wheel guards not doing a whole lot to help it. RRL was briefly propped up in the air. It has now gotten down. Side Strike still going to town with it. That snowplow being right at the ground has given Side Strike a perfect advantage to stalemate and get a knockout over RRL in 39 seconds. So I was saying about side strikes, stalemating with chassis wedges and getting those knockouts. That's exactly what happened there. So now, this match is tied 2-2, or 3-3, sorry. What a shame for RRL. Yeah, that's kind of a shame that physics restarted that, but like, it completely changed the outcome of that fight too, so. And unfortunately, the conclusive result swung the other way. Side strike plays spoiler very well, says Logan. Powerhouse is a total plays spoiler all the time. They tied Moscow to prevent them from getting a lot of points. Only robot to defeat dysfunctional stepsister so far. Playing spoiler left and right here. Alright, heavyweight time. Team Sanctuary has Fire Prince for their heavyweight. Dual vertical spinner with iron spike teeth on there. Several spike strip stabilizers on the front and kind of to the side. It's been somewhat unlucky this season, but it's been on a good streak lately. It's taking on Death Grip for Powerhouse. Overhead kind of crusher style clamp weapon with iron spikes and some pulse spikes on there, but has a very exposed wedge, even though it is a burst wedge, and can wheelie on occasion as well. We've been memeing over Fire Prince all season with it started off 0-6 being super unlucky, but it's been able to work back from that. I think it's currently 5-8, so like it's sure lost a little bit, but getting better. Imagine not being a playoff contending team and still have a bot that's more successful than entire other teams. Stone Imp, that's all I have to say. Stoneham's over 30 points, and I think several teams have yet to do that, so. Alright, let's get heavyweights going. Break this tie, shall we? Opening charge, Death Grip slid underneath Fire Prince, and both of them are kind of trying to get up. Death Grip has just about self-righted. Fire Prince is kind of stuck like upwards like this. It can drive inverted, but Death Grip is not allowing it to really do so. Death Grip is absolutely wailing on Fire Prince. I believe its left side wheel might have come off to the grinder. Death Grip just holding it here, getting control board that's against the grinder, and it looks like Death Grip got a knockout over Fire Prince in 31 seconds. Okay, that's different. Death Grip using the grinder to destroy the top side of Fire Prince and then using those spikes to go through the stabilizers to knock it out. You can even tell by the damage totals. It wasn't even that much damage that Death Grip had to do. Alright, well, this match is now completely swung the other way. The Powerhouse Robotics can no longer lose. Sheesh. Well then. Nightmare was apologizing for the massacre, and the massacre's going the other way, my friend. Do not underestimate anybody. Liam entered a pact with Nightvale, of course. Pulling out all the bullshit. Alright, super heavyweights to end this match. Team Sanctuary has Comatose for their super heavyweight. 6-wheel drive, high-powered rammer with a battering ram of iron spikes and spike strips in the front. Can be pretty destructive, typically wears down the opponent's defensive features and weapon and then goes in for the kill afterwards. Unfortunately, has basic aluminum armor. It's taking on Caraboss from Powerhouse, dual rear hinge flipper with very large kind of flipping arms that go upwards. Very well-made snapper-mounted wedges on either side. Can be really good at controlling robots, but can't really do a whole lot of damage, obviously. Powerhouse is a strange existence, says Quora. Randomly takes it to good teams. You know, I think part of it's also tight matchup. Mostly, like, Caraboss beating Dysfunctional Stepsister, I don't know how the fuck that happened, but, you know, that fight with RRL is a good example. Like, Side Strike's done that all season, stalemating against wedges and killing them. Did it again. You know, you never know when they're just going to pull it out on you. Chat seems kind of split between these two. A couple more going for Comatose. Importantly, though, Sanctuary needs a knockout to tie here. Opening charge from Comatose propped it up in the air, even though it got a huge hit on Caraboss's chassis. Wasn't able to do a whole lot otherwise, and Caraboss is just pinning it to the wall to keep it from moving. Caraboss backs up, and Comatose has now broken the count. Interesting that Caraboss is able to keep Comatose off balance and just kind of pin it to run out the clock here. Powerhouse knows they do not have the weapon power advantage here, so they're just trying to stall for a decision, maybe. Not really able to TKO a invertible robot like this. One of Caraboss's flippers is now off. Comatose trying to wear through that weaponry and that defensive work. And now the spike on the other flipping arm on Caraboss is now off. So now Caraboss is just a wedge, and it's got a big flat wall for Comatose to run into, unfortunately. Comatose breaks off and goes for another ram. Shoves Caraboss straight back to the wall. A couple more impacts with those side spike strips. Ooh, what a huge hit there. Although I think that mostly hit those wedges. Comatose exuding its drive power and weapon power here. Another big ram there. Ooh, that was an interesting collision, but they reset nonetheless. Ooh, a huge control board shot there from Comatose. It's trying to go for the kill to get those 3 points, and it has in 116 seconds. Comatose wore down Caraboss, who's known for wearing down other opponents, and was able to draw the tie out of Powerhouse. Well then. You would not expect a playoff contender to tie with Powerhouse Robotics, but they are sneakily good at times, so... There's no bonus point in that match, but that still bodes well for Team Sanctuary's playoff chances. Alright. We are on to match 14, folks. It is going to be No Beanie Robotics taking on the Wiltshire Magnums. NB's up against Ice Cream. That's a duel I never thought I'd hear about. So, going into this week, the Magnums were 7 points behind the Invaders, who scored, I believe, 4 this week. So, Magnums basically need a perfect week to have a playoff shot here, or at least get a couple of wins, but get a couple of big ones. Actually, I'm dumb, never mind. I read the wrong team. I'm stupid. It is not No Beanie, my friends. It is actually Plan Z. I don't know how I misread that. Hang on. Am I just dumb? Yeah, I'm just dumb and looked at the wrong line. It's fine. I only remember that because there's a big matchup for No Beanie coming up, so... Sorry. In the lightweights, Plan Z has a Geohash for their lightweight. Unlike most flippers that use a spike or a flipping panel, it uses a snowplow on a rear hinge flipper to do its bidding. It's been surprisingly effective for being a pacifist this season. Even if it doesn't win a lot, it is kind of a fan favorite at this point. The Magnums have Acidic Lemon for their lightweight. Dual front hinge flipper with razor tips. It has a very steep wedge, but it's been sneakily good this season. Like, it's actually won quite a lot, but it doesn't get max points very often. sorry, I confused it because no Beanie will be in the next match coming up. Quite a few people going for Geohash here. That's interesting. I do believe Acidic Lemon can self-right, so that shouldn't be too much of an issue, but Geohash could give it some trouble. Opening collision. Geohash almost fell on its face that time. It does invert Acidic Lemon, who is trying to self-right. Geohash is trying to be a bit of a dick and not let it. Kind of stalemated here. Chassis Wedge to Burst Wedge. Although Geohash most definitely has the drive power advantage. It's gotten Acidic Lemon over to a wall and has put it into the grinder, pressing the front hinge flipper over into the grinder. Geohash letting the arena do its bidding rather than doing damage itself. And Acidic Lemon has lost its right side wheel as a result. There is a TKO count on Acidic Lemon, though, although Geohash was nice enough to break the pin for it. And immediately goes in and flips it again. Trying to pin the front hinge up against the grinder. Geohash flipping using its own torque. Calm down, Geohash. You already got him propped up there. Geohash's snowplow came off from the grinder, but Acidic Lemon is caught on the grinder and high-centered with that one wheel off of there. It looks as though this is going to be a 71-second TKO victory for Geohash. The pacifist getting it done. And that is quickly 2 points to Plan Z. Well done. Geohash very cleverly using its arena hazards to do its bidding. And now it is middleweight time. Geohash treating the grinder like a chew toy. I agree, Zester. That's pretty much what happened there. Alright. Kicking off the middleweights. Plan Z has Planetary Conqueror, a quad horizontal spinning overhead spinner. Has some spikes in the front and to the side for wheel guards and a ram plate. Mostly uses the spinner to kind of hit stuff from afar and also uses drive power to shove stuff around. It's taking on the Mint Chalk Crusher for Wiltshire. Dual drum spinner with razor tip teeth on the drills. I believe it is the most damaging middleweight by damage points this season. It's been pretty impressive, but it has a lot of ground clearance and exposed chassis. Delicious blue. Zester feels like this will be close. I am inclined to agree for now. Cautiously optimistic this could be a fun fight. Because Mint Chalk is relatively slow with its drive power. A Conqueror, when it loses its weapon, is very fast. So this could be a nice back and forth. We'll see. By the way, Plan Z leads 2-0. Wiltshire needs a lot of points here to get in the playoff picture. Can they do it? They both meet weapon to weapon. Mint Chalk is able to spin up a lot faster because its drill's already broken off part of the Conqueror's weaponry. Conqueror is trying to go through those drills, but is not having a great time of doing so. Quite a few of the spikes on that right side drill of Mint Chalk have come off. But in saying this, Planetary Conqueror has lost all of its weapons. Well, Mint Chalk is down at least one of its drills, and Planetary Conqueror is now just a rammer. Conqueror does have the spikes and such on the front to kind of act as a bit of ramming help, but Mint Chalk is tearing away at that right side, although Mint Chalk has lost all of its weaponry now. So now this is a ramming battle, and Planetary Conqueror has the weapon advantage with those defensive features. Conqueror using its superior drive power, shoving the Mint Chocolate Crusher back. Although Conqueror's going to need to be careful because it is not invertible in the event it flips over from ramming too hard. Trying to cave in the front of the Crusher. Ooh, it briefly had it caught up on its face, but got back down. Core noting the size differential between these two robots, yeah. Mint Shock has a lot of open space, whereas the Conqueror is very compact. Halfway through. Ooh. Mint Shock did a whole flip on that attack. Planetary Conqueror tried to get into a grinder zone, but the Mint Chocolate Crusher escaped. A couple more big hits from Planetary Conqueror with those iron spikes out the front. Shoving the Mint Chocolate Crusher back. Plan Z trying to fight for glory here. Very interesting toss there on the Mint Chocolate Crusher and the grinder. Another huge ram over back to the wall. The Ice Cream team has nothing going their way this time, and Planetary Conqueror briefly had the Crusher propped up on its face, but sportingly let it get down. "20 seconds remain. There's control board hits on the Mint Chocolate Crusher, but both of them are stuck in a way that they cannot get up. Is this a fucking TKO on both of them again? Really? This is going to be a double TKO with 7 seconds left. God fucking damn it, dude. What is this fucking... Okay. So because that is going to be a double TKO, that is going to go to the judges and only be 1 point. Man, how are we getting so many of these this season in a row? Like, what's happening? Is that actually like 3 or 4 in a row now? Like every week? Okay then. It turns out neither robot wanted to win. Razor says he doesn't know Mint Chalk was immobile longer. No, the same collision that got Mint Chalk stuck on its face immobilized Planetary Conqueror as well, so it is a double TKO. Oh, it's so stupid. You never know what bullshit you're going to see in the Robot Rampage League. Alright. Time for the heavyweights to hopefully not do the same fucking thing. I also get a multi-bot appearance. Come on, get through the drop-down menu. There you go. Can't we use the computer results since it technically counted out one bot before the other? The reason we're not doing that is the interaction that made both of them immobilized them at the same time. So the count happened on both of them at the same time, and the game just picks one randomly who won. So we're using the same rules that BattleBots and such would use. Alright, heavyweights. Plan Z has the Mad Train in the heavyweight 6-wheel drive rammer with a battering ram of axe heads. Can do a lot of damage pretty quickly, but can get off balance very easily and doesn't have the greatest armor. It's taking on a Banana Splitter and Cherry and Creamer for Wiltshire. Banana Splitter has 3 overhead swinging axes. Pretty well made chassis wedge on the front. Very, very good at taking fights to distance when it loses its weapon. And Cherry and Creamer is the nuisance mini-bot that is just for getting spectacle points and having fun. Game always counts out the bot in the first slot if the count starts as Zester. That sounds like this game, honestly. Couple people actually split here. A couple going for the larger robot. Mad Train will have cherry smeared all over the front of it. That sounds like a Mad Train, honestly. I'm just imagining Mad Train lining up a hit and actually flattening Cherry and Creamer and sticking it to the wall or something. Oh, that'd be hilarious. That's what happened if, like, Gladiator ran through, like, one of those tiny little mini-bots. Just have it plastered up against the ring like a bug. Alright, Heavyweight, what you got? Mad Train, not really knowing who to go for. It knocks over Cherry and Creamer. But that has kind of allowed Banana Splitter to get a couple of hits in here. Ooh, Cherry and Creamer actually got underneath Mad Train to give Banana Splitter some chances. 2 of Banana Splitter's axes have come off now. Mad Train bullying the mini-bot. Cherry and Creamer are actually very fast for being as small as it is. That battering ram making it really hard for the multi-bots to do their thing, although Mad Train's now been inverted. Ooh, a massive attack on Banana Splitter there. Ooh! Mad Train almost went over the arena, but by hitting that axe on Banana Splitter, was able to stay upright. It's now parked on both of them. I do not recommend wearing a Mad Train as a hat, by the way. That's usually die when that happens. Able to break it. Mad Train still going after the larger of the 2 robots. What a weird attack that was, getting Banana Splitter over. Banana Splitter's on control board hits, and it's now dead, and it's now just Cherry and Creamer taking on Mad Train. Oh no. Please, Mad Train, behave. Another control board hit on the mini-bot. Please be merciful. Do not splatter Cherry all over yourself. Mad Train trying to get the knockout for the full 3 points here. Pressing the mini-bot against the wall. Interesting that Mad Train's having a tough time getting control board hits on the mini-bot of all things. Although it is missing its attacks quite a bit because of how small Cherry and Creamer is. There's a minute left. Do we think Cherry and Creamer can survive to the decision? And the answer is no. 125-second knockout victory for Mad Train because it knocked out both of the multi-bots. That is the full 3 points. Oh my god. Cherry and Creamer actually scored some points. So much so that I don't even have to get a calculator to math that. So that is going to be a match victory for Plan Z. They have at least 5 points now with an impending decision, so Wiltshire is not going to get the victory here, but that was an interesting fight. Poor Cherry having to fight up against a Mad Train. It was valiant. It lived for a lot longer than I expected it to. I was really hoping Mad Train would get a massive ram to just, like, shove it through the wall or something stupid. But alas. It was fun to watch this Leaf. Yeah, that was pretty good. I honestly wanted Cherry and Creamer to survive to the decision just for the fun. Voya pointed out we're both on Shutout and Cycle Watch here. I believe the only thing we're missing right now is a ring out, which I'll be a little surprised if we get it, but it's possible. Alright. Plan Z has the giant enemy crab for their super heavyweight. Dual kind of drum spinning vertical spinners with spike strips that go around the drums to a degree. 4-wheel drive with a pretty good wedge in the front. It can be a little annoying at times with subtle robots. I saw the stream bug. I saw it. We're back now. There was a brief blip here, but it came back really quickly. Might be here for a while as this core. This might be how we get more than 5 restarts. I don't know. I don't think we've ever had more than 4 or 5. Just making sure we're all back from that buffer, right? So I'm seeing the stream health is good. I just want to make sure you guys see it. We've gotten 5, okay. Most people going for the crab, it looks like. Just want to make sure the stream is good, because it should be. That or you didn't hear me say that because it cut out. It's fine. Let's get the super heavyweights going. Opening collision favors ice cream sandwicher, immediately inverts giant enemy crab and has it up against the wall, trying to go to town with those side axes, but those drum spinners are doing it no favors. Giant enemy crab is not able to drive invert, it's just dragging on the floor with those vertical spinners. And ice cream sandwicher appears content with just leaving it there. And it looks like Wiltshire's just going to take clean TKO, at least get 2 points here. That is a 40-second TKO victory for the Magnums. They get at least 2 points this week through relatively conventional methods. Well, that was anticlimactic. I agree, Ghost. That was very anticlimactic. But, you know, Wiltshire needed to get some points. They couldn't really risk going for more. Even so, that's at least 5 points for Plan Z and only 2 for Wiltshire, so Plan Z has definitely won the match. Not sure how that's going to bode for Wiltshire's chances, because they're going to need a huge week next week to get a chance. And that's if Rotterdam scores nothing. It's now time for match number 15, the penultimate match of the stream. I can now properly introduce you to No Beanie Robotics for this week. They'll be taking on Pink Chaos. All right. No Beanie will kick us off in the lightweights with the non-binary star. Dual front hinge flipper with spike strip flippers that come out through the middle. Can be pretty potent when it gets stuff up on the wedge, but it is a chassis, just a chassis wedge after all. Can take some pretty good damage as well. Taking on Firestarter for Pink Chaos, another asymmetric overhead spinner. Iron Spike Tooth on one side and a Sledgehammer Counterweight on the other. Very similar to Ursa Minor as well. What does chat think? Ah, Liam confirming No Beanie's guaranteed to make the playoffs after that. That makes sense. Does it also mean the NYC Pride is as well? Because they got a pretty good points week as well. Well, this could be pretty brutal for Sinister if No Beanie gets a lot of points here. Sinister's only 7 points ahead. Everybody going for the non-binary star. Can the NBs defeat the Pink Fire? Firestarter got a big hit on the side of non-binary star, but it's slightly propped up on the wedge. Non-binary is using its drive power to kind of move around, although Firestarter is getting a few chip shots with that Iron Spike Tooth. But no, non-binary star used the wall to stop Firestarter, got a big hit on it. Firestarter still trying to get away and work to the side of the star. Now it's using its spinner to kind of hinder non-binary star. Stalemate on the side and just do grinding damage. Backs off briefly. Couple more hits on the front hinge. It's not the matchup I expected a stalemate in, I'll be honest. We're now kind of in a microwave, okay. Well, I feel like they're going to break at any second. Oh yeah, they were able to break it this time. Non-binary star got Firestarter to the wall. Big hit from Firestarter again. Well, those control board hits now on non-binary star. Those hits from Firestarter were adding up, but it's shoving the asymmetric vert back. There's another control board hit there. Trying to keep Firestarter propped up against the wall, not let it spin up. But they've somehow stalemated again. Huh. The Star is trying to influence Firestarter over to a corner grinder zone. Not quite working. Well, it's going to be big if Firestarter cannot separate here. Oh, they do separate. Can Firestarter get the knockout blow, though? They went right back to it. It's going to be real bad if Firestarter goes the distance here and doesn't get the knockout. Firestarters end up on top of non-binary, or at least briefly. Trying to break the count, it does. 20 seconds remain, and Firestarter has gotten the knockout in 159 seconds. Firestarter might have been trying to tie its record of latest KO possible, maybe. I don't know. Very silly to potentially leave points on the board like that, though. Because Pink Chaos needs all the points they can get. That is 3 points to the very twisted Firestarter. Now we go to the middleweights. Ooh, this could be callback to a fight we saw last season. That guarantees Pink Chaos in the playoffs. That is not surprising. Yeah, I think after this week, it's really just going to be the last spot that's up for grabs. And even then, I'm not sure we're going to see any teams really vault up there. I think Sanctuary might be the only team really in any trouble. Well, I mean, Heavy Metal is, but I'm not expecting Kinetic to get a, 11-point shutout or something. I would be surprised if Network gets a knockout next week. Alright. Middleweight time. No Beanie Robotics has remote control for their middleweight. It is a quad piston poker with iron spike that shoot out through the center of the remote. Very exposed chassis all the way around, but it does look absolutely fantastic. Well done on the skin. It's taking on Overthrown for Pink Chaos. Dual front hinge flipper like non-binary star, but this one has much more drive power and some wheel guards and has been one of the better middleweights this season. Yeah, basically just fork plates. Yeah, it's about what I expected. And even then, it's still an 8-point gap, so it would require someone to get shut out and a near shutout to get close to him. So, but Heavy Metal could probably do that, honestly. I'll have to analyze everything after the stats are in for this week. See how fucked Heavy Metal is. I think they have a decent opponent next week. Yeah, pretty much everybody going for Overthrown. I mean, for my 2 cents, Overthrown did lose to Explicit Equation last season, and remote control is at least similar, so is it possible? Remote control goes right up Overthrown and is immediately inverted. The remote does not appear to be invertible and is over in the grinder shooting away with its piston. Those pistons are coming off caught in the grinder like that, but it appears that Overthrown is going to let remote control get TKO'd all on its lonesome. A very cut and dry victory for Pink. 29 seconds. Help. That's quickly a 5-point lead for Pink Chaos. Does not bode well because this could be a potential playoff match if these two teams make it through their divisions. So it's one of the ones I thought was going to happen, but I thought some of these teams have been performing lately. I don't know. We're not that far ahead, Steve. Stop it. I know you want to see it. Stop it. Hmm, 686 CE, probably not important here. Probably not. There was probably a couple of wars in that point. I don't know. Alright, heavyweight time. Phobos and Deimos have a multibot. No Beanie has Phobos and Deimos multibot. I can talk. Phobos dual rear hinge flipper with spike strips and very long fork wedges. Deimos an overhead tri-bar spinner with spike clubs. Haven't been the absolute greatest, mostly from Deimos falling over, but they can still be potent at times. Taking on Second Amendment for Pink Chaos. 4-wheel drive, high-powered rammer with pulse spikes on the top, some iron spikes pointing downwards to kind of play a bit of a ground game, and by popular request, bear arms on either side. Been sneakily good this season. Actually, one of the best point scorers for Pink Chaos. I say that. Pretty much every robot's been a good point scorer for Pink Chaos, besides maybe Firestarter, and even then it gets knockouts a lot, so... Pink Chaos has been pretty good. Chat seems pretty split between these two here. Some for the multibots, some for Second Amendment. Well, no Beanie needs pretty much at least 3 points to stay in the match. Have a chance to win, so... Second Amendment opens up against Deimos, immediately shoves it to a wall and over to a corner grinder zone. Phobos mistimes a flip and gets hit from Deimos as a result, and Second Amendment slid underneath and shoved it into a grinder. One of the bear arms has come off. Another couple of big rams from Second Amendment, but it's now propped on top of Phobos. Deimos is cartwheeling its way over and back onto its wheels. Very clever. Second Amendment's having a bad time facing this wedge on Phobos, apparently. Ending up on top of both robots. Deimos now getting up to speed and getting a few hits in. Oh, but Deimos removed one of Phobos' wheels. Friendly fire coming into play here. Second Amendment lost its other bear arm, unsurprisingly. The pink camouflaged robot is doing work against these two multibots. Deimos is pretty unbalanced with one of its spikes off. It's taking control board. It's now from Second Amendment. Another one right there. And Second Amendment has it propped up against the wall. Not letting it cartwheel away this time. Deimos appears to be getting counted out right now as Phobos is stuck up against the wall. High-powered four-wheel drive of Second Amendment being dumb. Physical wasn't too bad there, so I'm going to let that one go. Phobos is now getting shoved into the grinder by Second Amendment. Although there is a count on it right now. And it looks as though this is going to be a pin. God damn it, Second Amendment, you idiot. We get to restart that. Second Amendment shoving Deimos back immediately over to a corner grinder zone, but Phobos has gotten underneath it and parked Second Amendment up on the grinder. I don't think its wheels are on the ground right now. Control board hits already on Second Amendment? Holy shit. The grinder killed Second Amendment in 16 seconds. What the fuck? What was that? Okay. Huh. Very clever use of Phobos sneaking in behind Second Amendment, getting it propped up on the grinder, and letting the grinder do all of the work. Hold on. That's one way to lose a fight. But notably, though, that keeps no Beanie in the match because it's now 5-3. They can get a knockout in the super heavies and potentially tie it, and well, they may or may not have a knockout machine. Ooh, this could be fun. Restarts have been changing a bunch of fight outcomes this week, says Zester. Yeah, that seems to be the theme this week. That's how it goes. You never know. Alright, folks. Fucking itchy. Time to kick. I can talk. Super heavyweights, my bad. Beanie has Ace of Spades for their super heavyweight. 8 axe arms, 4 side axes, 4 overhead warpick style. It kills the shit out of everything in front of it. It's won like 11 fights in a row by knockout. It's kind of scary. It's taking on Dysfunctional Stepsister from Pink Chaos. 8 rear hinge flipping spikes. A little bit of wheel guards on the side, and it's been absolutely destructive this season. It's only lost 1 time. This could be interesting. Mostly down to who gets under who first, because Ace of Spades does have burst-mounted wedgelets. But Functional Stepsister could very easily throw Ace of Spades around the arena, so... Oh boy. This could be rather brutal. Chat is relatively split between these two, it looks like. A couple more going for Ace, I think. Oh, can Asexual Pride just defeat the Dysfunctional Stepsister, who is very dysfunctional, and potentially Ace? Me too, Aaron. They meet up in the middle, and Ace got under Dysfunctional Stepsister to start, got a couple hits, but Stepsisters ended up underneath Ace and got a couple big tosses on it. Stepsister looks definitely the worst for wear, but it is getting a couple of hits on Ace. Misfiring those flippers is really hindering Dysfunctional Stepsister, but it is underneath Ace at the moment. A couple more big hits from the Ace Crusher. This is where Ace is really bad. Its drive is so narrow it can't really turn, and Dysfunctional Stepsister has flipped it again. Getting it over to a corner grinder zone and ripping out its underside. But Ace got a massive hit, and it got a knockout in 41 seconds. That was a very nice come-from-behind win for Ace. Well done. That's the thing with Ace of Spades is, when it gets under something, it just mauls the shit out of it, so... And apparently physics just decided that Dysfunctional Stepsister is not worthy of the arena. There it is down there. So, that's going to be a 6-5 match win for Beanie, and because of the bonus point for winning the match, they are now tied for the Division 1, or Division 3 lead. I believe. I don't know... They're not going to hold the lead, though, because they have less fight wins than Sinister Creations, but they are tied in points. Well, shit. That is one way to end a match. Beanie's really good about coming back in matches like that. Yeah, thank you, Liam. Beanie is tied, but Sinister got the tiebreaker, so... Alright, my friends. Well, we've reached the final match of the stream. And well, I have some bad news. It's going to be the Legends here from Egypt, and, well, we're going into the zone because Nightvale is here. They are concluding the stream for us. And I see a £5 super chat from Tamabris. Now she's got the Eye of the Spider-Wolf because Rookie's a champion. We're going to hear her roar in the style of Katy Perry's Roar. I'm not singing it. My voice sucks, but thank you very much for that as always. And thank you for the super chats as always, Tamabris. I wish I went to RoboNerd and bought you a drink. So you have more than earned it. Alright, so the Legends have definitely not Tut-Tut for their lightweight. Overhead Warpick style axe, pyramid-shaped robot, designed to look like Tut-Tut from Robot Wars Extreme Warriors, but it's definitely not Tut-Tut. Shush. It's going to be taking on Kevin from Nightvale. Kevin is a sit and spinner with 3 damaging components, a ram plate in the back that doesn't block anything, incredibly wonky drive, a lot of ground clearance, but it wins fights. I don't get it. I think it's lost a few I think it's on like a 3 or 4 fight losing streak, but like, it kind of looks like shit and it wins a lot, so I don't get it. Thank you, Tamabras. You would have bought me a drink too. Too bad I don't drink. I mean, I'd have like one, but you know. Chat is very split between these two. Ghost, the owner of Egypt says Tut-Tut's gonna fall over. It's very possible. Kevin could potentially fall over. Kevin is very wonky, and that pyramid shape is kind of hard to hit. Let's see, one of these two comes out on top. Well, the Nightvale Black Magic reigns supreme. Open up going right at each other. Tut-Tut got a massive hit on Kevin, but fell over with the torque of its weapon. And Kevin is just spinning in celebration. Not entirely sure. Definitely does not have a Shremek is able to get up with its axe or not. It can kind of flail around on the floor, but Kevin is just sitting here allowing it to get TKO'd, it looks like. So indeed, definitely not Tut-Tut has definitely fallen over, and Kevin has definitely taken a 32-second TKO victory. Well, good job, Kevin. You did great, son. And that is 2 points to the Nightvale Spider Wolves. I agree with Cora. That was definitely a Kevin moment. Alright, well. On to middleweights, I guess. This is why we don't have more pyramids, says Ghost. I mean, most actual pyramids don't usually get flipped over, so they don't need to self-right. So, there was a robot I had made when I was like relatively new to the game that was a pyramid that had an overhead like disc spinner that went down like the slopes of the pyramid and spun around. It was really cool looking. I wish I could make a competitive one, but it would get its ass kicked by all of these. Imagine a pyramid self-righting IRL. Yeah, run immediately. If they move at all, it's fucking weird. Alright. Middleweight time. The Egyptian legends have Thoth's Wisdom for their middleweight. 2-wheel drive rammer with kind of V-shaped iron spikes on either corner in the shape of an H. Very unique chassis shape to this robot. It's taking on Sheriff's Secret Police for Nightvale. Piston poker with a battering ram of axe heads and some iron spikes. 4-wheel drive triangle, because why not? It's triangle. I believe Sheriff's Secret Police is the highest point scorer on Nightvale at the moment. So, which will prevail? A God's Wisdom or Nightvale's bizarre shit? Quite a few people going for the Secret Police, apparently. Okay. I feel like Thoth's weapon setup is a little bit better for this particular match. There is no God in Nightvale, says Quora. Technically incorrect. I don't remember the name of it, but Rookie was going to name one of her new robots for next season after it. It's something to Destroyer. I don't remember. Or maybe it's like an almighty thing, I don't know, but... What you got, Nightvale? Opening collision, very patient from both robots. Thoth kind of using its shape to get around to those wheels on Sheriff's Secret Police. Although it's kind of gotten the Secret Police's weapon setup caught in its spikes. That's different. And Sheriff's Secret Police is pushing it using the piston. Although half of it has now come off because of that weapon setup on Thoth, and now the whole thing is gone. So... Thoth just shoving the triangle back. That triangle shape perfect for sliding in between those middle spikes. The wheel is already off of the pyramid. Pyramid, triangle, it's the same thing. Big ram from Thoth once more. Really going at the pointy sides of the triangle. Another big ram. Coaxing Sheriff's Secret Police to a grinder where it has lost a wheel. Other right side wheel is off. The triangle is down to one wheel. All of the wheels are now off of the wagon known as Sheriff's Secret Police. Thoth is just playing with it at this point. Is he going to go for the KO? It's already... Sheriff's Secret Police is smoking pretty heavily here. huge hits, just pressing the triangle to the wall. But it looks as though Egypt is going to settle for a TKO victory, trying not to set the robot on fire, considering Sheriff Secret Police is massively on fire right now. 86-second victory. And this match is now tied up at 2. Ah yes, Huntokar the Destroyer is what I was thinking of, rookie. Many, many wheels for the wheel goddess. The fucking stream buffered again, god damn it. Cock, fuck ass bitch and shit. Is it back up now? It's showing it's up on my end. God, is it back up or not? I don't know. Hopefully you guys can actually hear me. It fucking went down again. God damn it. Alright, I'm gonna try to finish this fucking matchup then. Nile King and Koshak. Rear hinge flipper, side axe overhead. You know the drill. I'm keeping an eye on it to make sure it doesn't go down again, that's all. Alright, just holding up for the moment, so. Nile King and Koshak. Most people going for Nile King. Let's see what happens. Wedge versus no wedge. Ooh, Nile King got a toss immediately on Koshak, who is kind of upended now, and Nile King has flipped it over. Flipping arms kind of mistimed here, but Koshak is unable to self-right, so even though, well, Nile King did back off, so looks like it's going to take a clean TKO victory here. 27 seconds. The Nile King, sensing that the stream is in peril, very quickly ending this fight. So, Egypt is now up 4-2 as we go to the Super Heavies. I thought cats could self-right no problem, says Cora. You know, me too. Fortunately, this Koshak is not one of them. Now it's time for the Super Heavyweights. Cats only self-right when they want to. Yes, indeed. Alright, so final fight of the stream, my friends. Egypt has Anubis for their Super Heavyweight. Dual angled spinner, one on the front, one on the back. Lots of side features, snow plows, and ramp lights and the like. It is taking on the almighty Glow Cloud All Hail quad saw spinner. Two very large horizontal spinners in the sides. Two vertical ones buried deep in the middle that don't hit anything except for the times that they do. I don't get it either. It's pretty much useless, but it is resilient in its defeats. So... And Nightvale is confirmed eliminated. Color me shocked, Liam. A lot of people hailing the Glow Cloud. Rookie is quietly confident. A lot of people still going for Anubis here. That eliminates a bingo square for me, says Razor. Yeah, me too, but I expected Nightvale to be last, and they're not, and I don't understand. Alright, let's see what happens. Does Glow Cloud have a chance? Opening collision. One of the ramp plates immediately came off of Glow Cloud, but it's getting those horizontal saws into the snowplow on Anubis, shoving it over to a grinder. Glowcloud is trying to make use of those horizontal saws while they're still on. Although Anubis has removed one of them now. But Glowcloud got through that front, the front plow on Anubis. Anubis is caught on debris right now, but it's trying to get free. Couple hits on the Glowcloud. Glowcloud is just a puff cloud at this point, just trying to survive. Couple more big hits from Anubis. The spinners can do damage when they get up to speed, especially against a chassis like this. Ooh, another big hit removes the other ram plate from Glowcloud. Now Anubis has caught a wheel on him as well. Anubis going to town with those angled spinners. Huge fire deep within the Glowcloud right now. Those vertical saws would be really helpful if they could actually hit anything, but unfortunately they're not. A couple more bits of extender work coming off of Glowcloud. Control board hits and a knockout for Anubis in 79 seconds. That's going to seal the match for the Legends. With that victory, the Legends have 7 points and Nightvale only has 2. Well done, that's interesting. Legends take Nightvale down with them. Yes, indeed they do. Expected to come somewhere near the bottom of my summer bowling league, says Helen, but end up coming 6th. Hey, that's not too bad. Always going to defy expectations. So, that is going to be it for the stream. One last shout out to our Patreon stream sponsors for sponsoring our crash pages and our streams and letting us continue to put on this league for you guys. We have no idea how much it actually helps us keeping the league running and making this worthwhile in the end, truthfully. Because it can be really hard to continue doing this sometimes. Anyway, let us know, everybody, what are your thoughts on this week? What were some of your favorite fights? What were some of my favorite matches? I can put them on the Fight of the Week and Match of the Week list, other weird stuff like that. I have most of the notes down already, but feel free to throw some other stuff in there for me. Or is trying to figure out what to do with the division lead. Panic. Panic immediately. That's why I've been panicking all season. Yes, of course, Vimming. Love putting stuff on for you guys on Sundays. Whoever came away with something, of course. Stanley vs. On Run was honestly pretty solid. Match of the week being Moscow and Pride. That was pretty good. I want to say it was Permanganate and the Hellrazers one was pretty good too. Marauder winning was definitely a highlight, yes. Yes, thank you, Aaron, for popping in with the link. So, this is the fun part where we plug stuff. So, if you guys would like to join the Discord and discuss stuff about the league, it's down in the link in the description. We talk about the league in the discussion page. We have a build channel where we show off new and improved stuff in there. Social feed page where we put out social posts as the captains of the team. And a fan zone for various fan art, fan drawings, and other nonsense like haters guides and such. Also in the description you can find the Patreon, which I think Dolphin just threw in here. You can become one of the patrons if you would like to. Sponsor the streams. You could. There's also other tiers like $1, $5 tiers, just for various other content that we're putting out there for you guys. And if you did see, there's also merch store down in there as well. You can get you can RRL t-shirts, you can RRL mugs, a couple of other logos and stuff that you can get. Just if you guys want some merch. Other ways to support us if you would like to. You can also follow us on Twitter at Robot Rampage for stuff about the league. We'll put up tweets about when the streams are going to start, standings and such on there, and Fight of the Week polls will go up there. We'll also eventually go on to YouTube once we get them up there. And you can follow us on Facebook at Heavy Metal Robotics, where we're putting up our actual IRL bullshit. We'll have some stuff coming up there eventually once the patrons see it first. But it will be very fun showing you what we've been working on recently. So, thank you all once again for joining me in the stream solo. I will not see you next week. I'm going to be on vacation next week, so Mike will be soloing, but I will see you in 2 weeks when we do the playoff stream. 2 weeks? 3 weeks. Because we're going to take a break between the final regular season and the playoffs because Mike has to work. So, thank you all as always for watching, and it is time to show you next week's schedule. Take care, guys.